Let me request the city manager, Mr. Mpele, to read the notice of convening this meeting. City manager, over to you.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to you. Your Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda. Thank you. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda. Ngibingelele kumakhosi aseNdlunkulu, ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele izakhamuzi zaseThekwini who are joining the meeting through live streaming. Collective leadership of this council, I greet you. The notice of the meeting to all members of the eThekwini Council in terms of section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Members are hereby notified of the continuation of the Municipal Council of 28 September 2023 to deliberate and make decisions on the remainder of the agenda items on Tuesday, the 10th of October 2023 at 10 o'clock via Microsoft Teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager, for that. I'd like to declare our meeting officially opened by welcoming all you council members, Amakhosi aseNdlunkulu who are part of the meeting, members of the public who are following us through our live streaming. We are very humbled by your support and your continuous participation in these meetings. As members of the public, this is your meeting. We are happy if you are following all the deliberations. Members of the media who are also part of the meeting, you are all welcome. Thank you very much for being part of the meeting. All our city officials led by the city manager, you are all welcome and we are happy to have you in this meeting. Thank you very much, council members and all of you present. As I've said that our meeting is officially open. Let me request that we all rise wherever we are in respecting the national anthem. Let's have the national anthem. Thank you very much.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice, honor.
Let's take a few minutes for the moment of prayer and reflection. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Let us deal with the official announcements. Excuse me. Councillors, as we are convening through MS Teams, you are all requested to remember the following. To ensure that all councillors connect in a decent environment with no disturbance to be caused by the surrounding, it also being noted that some of the council matters are of a confidential in nature. Number two, councillors to be presentable, since this is still a formal council meeting. You are also expected to raise your hands for you to be recognized by the speaker when you are requesting to speak on any item. We request all councillors to switch their video cameras so that we can improve the stability of our network. We also request that you connect in an area with a stable network, since some of the technical glitches experienced are not coming from the side of City Hall streaming, but it might happen that is the area where we have connected as an individual. We are making a call or an appeal to all of you councillors to remain connected for the duration of the meeting to maintain quorum. Although you are far away from us, this is a council meeting. Our rules of order apply and the code of conduct still apply. Therefore, all of you are expected to connect till the end of the meeting. No councillor should connect and leave and do other things except what this meeting has been convened for. Councillors are kindly requested to complete the attendance register posted on the MS Team chat. Any councillor experiencing a challenge, please contact the administration. You are expected to indicate that you are present. They must sign the register, because after this meeting, we check the register, we check the records of those who were present, those who have signed the leave of absence, and those who have not attended the meeting. The council congratulates the city for successful hosting of the Bika Soccer event on Saturday, the 7th October 2023, the MTN 8 final between the Orlando Pirates and the Mamelodi Sundowns. Our appreciation goes to all officials that have worked tirelessly to ensure that Durban shows off yet again. That is indeed the best city to host such event. Siyabonga futhi nangendlela abathandi bebhola indlela abayiphatha ngayo ngomgqibelo asithula ngambiko yigameko noma izehlakalo ezingabeka iTheku nomdlalo webhola kabi. Siyakubonga kakhulu lokho, siyaqhuquzela in all events ukuthi abantu bakithi baqhubeke bayiphathe ngendlela bayiphathe ngayo. Again, council to note that over the weekend, this is very much important, councillors, for you to report back to ward committees and to your stakeholders in your ward and the Porter community that on the 14th to the 15th of October 2023, this coming weekend, King Cetshwayo Bridge will be demolished by Sanral as part of the N2, N3 Ipiclute Road upgrade. The planned demolition is scheduled from Saturday, 14 October, as I've mentioned above, 2023 at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, till Monday, the 16th, at 5 o'clock in the morning. Councillors to note that due to the said demolition, there will be road closures around the said bridge, which is N3 and M13 interchange. Councillors to note these road changes, a detailed document on the road closure has been circulated to all councillors. Yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, the Speaker's office has emailed to all of you all the alternative routes that members of the public can use while the bridge is being demolished over the weekend, so that umphakathi ungabi nembuzo nokudideka ukuthi kungani umgaqo uvaliwe. Siyacela ukuthi nohlabe nolawule bonke abantu bazi ukuthi there will be these road closures, and please share with the members of the public the alternative routes. We also want also to send our appreciation and our best wishes to the eThekwini Karate team participating in the 30th World Karate Tournament in Tokyo, in Japan, from the 11th to the 19th of October 2023. On behalf of the people of eThekwini, on behalf of the council, we wish our team all the best. We hope bobuya nendondo simamukele sijabulile. Thank you very much, councillors. Those are the announcements. Thank you. I will request chief whips of political parties to confirm the numbers of councillors who are part of the meeting, because I need to be sure about the quorum of the meeting before we deal with the following items, which is the application for the leave of absence and other item that follows. May I request whips of political parties to be ready, prepare yourself to present numbers and confirm numbers from your respective political parties. I will request my team to give me the screen so that we can follow the sequence, and then while the whip of parties are preparing themselves to confirm the numbers, I hope that you are ready to do that. Unless I get an indication that you are not ready. But it has been a norm and a practice that when we convene visually, chief whips of political parties will be expected to confirm numbers. The team assisting me will open your microphones on your side, and please make sure that you are also, your mic is not muted. Please unmute yourself for you to be able to address. Thank you. There are hands that I want to take. There's a hand from Councillor Lindy Wem Chembu. There's Councillor Tabane Mchetwa. Let me take those two hands. I believe those are the hands to assist me to confirm the numbers. Councillor Mchembu?
Yes, good morning, Speaker. ANC isawu 80, abanye basa-connect.
ANC, currently we are at 80. Please, Secretariat, to record
Others
that.
are still connecting.
Thank you. Then later we are going to update us after some they've joined. Nyambose?
Right.
Councillor Mchetwa?
About 9. 10.
Speaker?
Nyambose?
No, Chair, I'm not at the moment confirming numbers. I just wanted to ask a question of clarity.
You may proceed.
If I may.
Yes, you may proceed.
The city manager indicated that this meeting is a continuation of a meeting of last month, which was not concluded.
That's correct.
Even though that was not because of the quorum, it was because of other reasons. But I think the rules of order here, which deals with the adjournment, is such that a meeting must be reconvened within 7 days. I'm just checking if we are still within that 7 days and if we are compliant. If we are not compliant, Mr. Speaker, what would be the impact of that on decisions that might be made today in this meeting? So my question is, are we compliant within the 7 days? If we are not, what would then mean in terms of the decision to be taken here today? Thank you.
Okay, we will answer that question in due course. We'll look at the rules and respond in due course. Thank you, Nyambose, for bringing that to our attention. Can we get the confirmation of numbers? The ANC has confirmed. Nyambose, are you ready, or Mkize, Chief Whip, we need some time? Kabazel.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm 45 members at the moment.
The Democratic
Mr.
Alliance
Speaker,
is 45.
as time goes on.
There is a hand from Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Hlengwa
Speaker,
and
I can
Msweli,
confirm-
I can see your hands.
I can confirm one APF for now.
One APF for now. Someone will join us later. Mr. Msweli. Councillor Msweli. Once you are recognized, please unmute your mic so that you can address council. Now let's move to the EFF. Councillor Kambule. Let me move to IFP, Councillor Kuala.
Speaker,
Right.
Speaker,
Yes.
Councillor Ugumede Onchai is appearing to gadgets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You can proceed, Councillor Kumete.
Right. IFP is 14.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kumete. IFP is 14. Action SA.
Chair is 3.
3, thank you. APC.
Speaker,
Yes.
APC 1.
APC 1, thank you very much. ACC.
Speaker,
Yes.
PRM 1, I confirm.
That is Msweli, eh? PRM 1, thank you, Msweli. ACC. ACC. ACTP.
Speaker, ACDP 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
AIC.
IC 1, Speaker.
1, thank you. DLC.
DLC is present.
How many?
1.
Thank you, Councillor Philly. Attack. Attack. APF.
1.
Thank you, APF was confirmed earlier. Thank you for that. ATM.
ATM 1, thanks, Speaker.
Siyabonga. Achama. Achama.
Speaker, ACC.
ACC, yes. How many?
1 for now. Councillor Said is trying to connect.
Thank you. JEP. JEP. KZNI. MF. ACC 2, thanks site for connecting. MF. Mosa. NFP.
Bonge Somlom NFP present.
Siyabonga. PFP. PFP. TA.
TA is present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. UIM.
UIM is present.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Freedom Front Plus is present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's go back and double check again to those who have not responded yet. Alchama is present. MF is present. Okay. Obanda banga confirm. EFF. Kambule, Kambule. EFF. Anyone from the EFF caucus who can confirm for us if Kambule may be struggling to connect? Okay, while I'm waiting for Councillor Kambule to report, I can see that Councillor Kuza Untando, your hand is up. Councillor Kuzoyo? Maybe it's a mistake. Yeah, Councillor Motley from Mosa, please lower your hand after we have confirmed your numbers, unless there's something that you want to bring to my attention.
Hi, Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Mkiza from the DA.
Yeah,
To give an update now, Speaker, we are 50.
50.
DA is 50.
Thank you for that. We are still waiting for Councillor Kambule or any leader from EFF who can confirm numbers. Otherwise, we are almost done. Yes. Oh, thank you. Atek is on leave. Let's record that. JEP. Councillor Mvobo, your hand is up. Ndlovu, Kachen, sorry about that. Kachen? Yeah, Kachen.
Yes, Somlomo.
Kachen.
Yebo, sikhona kodwa sisazama ukungena ngicabanga ukuthi sizotshela manje ukuthi sibangaka basazama ukuloda yini banenkinga nyana kodwa sikhona.
Bangaka sebefikile, nginike la sebekhona. Noma ngabe wena
so 7 for now.
7 for now. Let's record for 7, then when they have joined, you update us.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kachen. JEP? Councillors, I can confirm that with the numbers that we have as per the report or confirmation from the whip of parties, we do meet the quorum. Therefore, it means we are in order. Let us deal with the question from Councillor Thabane Mthethwa in terms of the compliance with our rules. I will then hand over to Mhlongo, Mr. Malusi Mhlongo, our head legal and compliance, to respond to the question. Jomane.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Greetings to all councillors present and the city leadership. Maybe before I respond to Councillor Mthethwa's question, may I inquire from him which rule was he basing his question on, so that I am more focused in my response? Thank you.
Councillor Mthethwa, if maybe you can assist us to repeat or refer us to the rules so that Mr. Mhlongo, when he responds to your question, he responds to something that he understands. Can you please quickly refer us to the rule?
Thank you, Speaker. I had said I asked the question based on a statement from the city manager that this is a continuation of a meeting that was adjourned. I further went on to say, even though in terms of dealing with the adjourned meetings, only speaks to meetings where meetings are adjourned due to lack of quorum. Our last meeting was not adjourned due to lack of quorum, but the adjournment itself says it should be reconvened within 7 days. And I think you alluded to that earlier on, Mr. Speaker, yourself, and then for asking if are we compliant in convening this meeting today. Even though I do acknowledge that it was not adjourned because of lack of quorum. And
Okay.
I was basing that question on the statement by the city manager and section 10, which deals with the quorum, section 10(5).
Okay, Njobana, you're clear. Thank you.
Yes, I'm clear, and thank you, Councillor Mthethwa, for the clarity. And as Councillor Mthethwa correctly pointed out, that deals with the meetings that were adjourned because of the quorum. So Rule 10(5) is not applicable. So I'm not sure what raises a concern about the compliance on the part of Councillor Mthethwa, because he cannot refer us to any specific rule that we may be offending. Because in simple terms, the meeting concluded without finishing items that were on the agenda. And a decision was taken by that meeting to convene a meeting of a council online to deal with the remaining items on the agenda. So I am not sure what gives rise to the concern about the compliance on the part of Councillor Mthethwa, because it is certainly not Rule 10(5). Thank you.
Thank you, Jomani, for that. I can confirm, council members, that convening that this meeting, we are not in conflict with any rule or any law. Convening of this meeting is in order. Therefore, the answer given by the head legal is correct to all of you to understand, because it was a decision of the very same council meeting to have this meeting convened to conclude business of council, mainly items that could not be dealt with in our last meeting. Let's proceed, councillors, without wasting time. City Manager, may I have the leave of absence, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to read the following leave of absence, application for leave of absence. Starting with His Worship the Mayor, Councillor T.M. Kaunda, who's not available. He's on municipal business. Councillor A.D. Beasley is indisposed. Councillor M.S. Ngosi, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor B.W. Pewa, not available from the 2nd of the 10th to the 20th of the 10th due to personal commitments. Councillor O. Bimvubu, not available today, indisposed. Councillor S. Shusanka, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor B.M. Kwala, not available today, indisposed. Councillor M. Ishmael, request to leave at 2 if we are not done with our business. Councillor Ndlovu wishes to leave at 11. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are all the leave of absence accepted?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 8 in our agenda for the declaration of interest, but I can see there's a hand from Councillor Tengwa.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to report Councillor B. Mtunu and Councillor Kaya Mhlaba, who are both indisposed. I just got the message because the wife of Mtunu did not know how to report. He's hospitalized. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengo, we will correct that because in terms of our rules, that is not allowed. Councillors have to fill a leave of absence, a form, or inform the Speaker's office or the city manager for their approaches to be recorded. But we note that. Councillor Said, your hand is up. Councillor Said?
We'll get mic turned on, that's all. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Said. Anyone to declare interest? Anyone to declare interest? None. Councillors, on item number 9, these are in-committee minutes. But I've decided that these in-committee minutes will only be confirmed in a physical meeting and adopted on the very same meeting. The reason why I've taken that decision, these minutes are dealing with sensitive and confidential matters that involve some names of some people, of which the platform that we are in, I don't think it would be proper to deal with such matters here. Hence, I've made a decision that all the in-committee minutes will be dealt with in a physical meeting in our next council meeting at the end of October. Thank you very much. It means on item 11, there will be no matters arising because we are not dealing with the minutes. In terms of the questions, if I remember well, we responded to all the questions that were posed by councillors in terms of section 27, because those questions were in our main council agenda. Unless maybe I'm making a mistake, my team will remind me, but all the questions were responded to. We will then move with speed to item 12, where we deal with the executive committee report, of which all of them were tabled by the mayor. Today, we won't request the mayor to table this report because all reports were tabled, including the second and the third supplementary agenda. Now, we will move straight now to page 5 of our agenda. Then I will request the city manager to read the item. Over to you, Mr. Mpele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The first report is the report of the Executive Committee from their meeting of the 26th of the 9th, 2023. Report number 1 is the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting of the 20th of the 9th, 2023. Item 1.1, progress report on minimum competency level as at July 2023, committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpele. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. City manager, let's move.
As well as the agree.
Page 6, item 1. Budget statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 6, item 1.2 on page 6. It's a budget statement report for the month ending 31st of August 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Before I take now, listen, Water. Before I take hands, let me recognize the hand of Councillor Kuala.
Asibonga Somlo. Sibingelela. I'm not sure ukuthi kungani kwesinye isikhathi
i-protocol siyilokhozi siyiphambanise ngokujwayelekile uma ukhona umeya he's the one who tabled the report but namhlanje city manager whereas we have a deputy mayor mhlambe is there any clarity esingayichaza ukuthi kusuke kwenzakalani uma ukhona umeya ukuthi kube uyena otablisha ama report then city manager bese tablisha ama item while namhlanje uma ngekho but no deputy mayor bese kuba u-city manager athathe over that clarity yebo
siyabonga councillor Gwala to bring that to our attention. Ngicabanga Mphephethu ukuthi awuzwanga kahle ngesikhathi ngichaza ukuthi njengoba le meeting kuyi-meeting eqhubekayo kwi-meeting eyadlula wonke lama report eSco uCouncillor uKhawundi uMeya wawapresenta kwi-council asekho isidingo sokuthi aphinde apresentwe noma tablishwe uDeputy Mayor uCity Manager usefunda ama-item njengoba vele i-meeting yavalwa eqhubeka nokufunda ama-item siqhubeka la sagcina khona last time sagcina uCity Manager wafunda ama-item ngoba uKhawunda wonke ama-report akhe wayeswatablishile kwi-council yingakho-ke siqhubeka nje cabanga ukuthi kuyezwakala lokho. Thank you very much. As I've said that I've got speakers. My first speaker is Councillor Anipen. Then I've got Councillor Bekte and Councillor Ben. Thank you very much. We are on page 6, item 1.2 in that order. Councillor J. Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, officials, and to the public who are here. Interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, the report preambles with a glowing tribute to the city and its ability to increase its revenue collection. What the report excludes in detail is the expression of how the increase was achieved. For the benefit of our online gallery today, this increase was largely due to the payments receipted from residential customers who pay for services and rates. Furthermore, the report conspicuously omits to mention the exorbitant amounts of money owed by parastatals and government departments. It fails to mention that the city has been dragging its feet where the recovery of debt is concerned. Clearly, residents and ratepayers are being victimized and the state departments and parastatals are being given a free ride. A perfect case of protecting the rich and punishing the poor. If residents are going to be harassed with red line letters, having their supply for services suspended and hauled before the courts with summons, parastatals and government departments should face the same fate. We note the remarks mentioned in the report that efforts are being made to address water challenges. But let us also point out that these efforts were initiated by councillors and not resultant of the city's interventions. Mr. Speaker, it is about time that we start addressing these realities. Start a vigorous campaign to recover debt from government and parastatals. And before we are told that the city is dealing with the Department of Education, let us not forget that most of the times schools are disconnected in the middle of examinations. Our stance, Mr. Speaker, is informed by all of the matters we mentioned above. It goes without telling then that the IFP is not satisfied with the actions described in this report, and therefore we will not be noting this item. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Bekte. Councillor Bekte, let's take Councillor Ben while we are trying to assist OPEC. Bekte, please raise your hand so that you can be assisted. Councillor Bekte, please raise your hand. Ben as well, please raise your hand so that the team can unmute you at the side. Yes, Councillor Bekte, you can unmute yourself and then address Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not going to speak long. I'm going to speak, and I'm also not going to rush. You know, when you look at this report, although it is historic now because it is 2 months old, the first thing that comes to light is the increase of debt. We have increased in the last year alone almost R1 billion, and we're now standing at 26 billion rand in debt. We recently, but frankly, we did put in the debt relief program, but is it maybe not a little bit too late for what we want to achieve? Our debt keeps on increasing, yet we do not read water meters. I'll just use as an example. At the moment, the city has not done water meter readings for 4 months. So we don't really know what our losses are. Although it hovers between 58 and 54%, one would have to wonder how that is possible if we aren't able to read the meters. And one would have to ask, when is that going to be put back in place? Because 4 months has already gone down the line, where we're going to end. Because that all impacts on your revenue. So if you do have water losses, you don't know what you're going to expect, and you then burden your residents with estimates that could be fluctuating. So you are expecting a certain income, and you don't know whether that income is going to go up, whether it's going to go down. And I'm taking a leave out of what the Honourable Minister Senzo Mchunu just recently said. We cannot afford to not measure our water. We have to meter all water, right down to even the free water needs to be measured. But yet, if we had to go knock on the door of the stores now, one would wonder whether you're going to find a water meter there. Because quite frankly, we are led to believe that there are not even water meters in stock. And so we can go and we can jump to the electricity. Although the norm is about 10%, we are even above that with our electricity losses. The illegal connections are not being attended to, and the cable theft is just going beyond comprehension. One would have to wonder, what is the city doing to curb this loss in infrastructure that's costing us billions and billions of rand? Because we're not seeing that. If you make some inquiries with the police, you can also see that there's a lack in reporting of this infrastructure by technicians. Technicians repair, but it's not reported. So we don't even know what the extent is of the losses of our infrastructure. We just keep on buying and buying until such time as we say that there's nothing in stock. Back to the water department, one would have to wonder what's going on there, because we seem to have, again, we don't know what our income is, but if I had to go and ask them now, could you bring backfill to come and fill up a hole that's been running for 2 days and that you fixed because, and using old parts because you don't have new parts in stock. And this is a fact. There is no stock of some of the stupidest items. You would find that there's no backfill material. And one would have to wonder, where's the backfill material gone to? Because every week we are delivering tons and tons, yet we are unable to bring it out. So the water just keeps on running. The reporting lines going back, and I'm keeping, Speaker, to our losses in the water and electricity department per se. The fact that the call centers are not working, people cannot get through, people cannot report in time, so the water keeps on flowing, the outages continue. And then one would also have to wonder, if you look back to what Councillor Minister Mchunu said about the outages of the water in Umhlanga, for instance, for example, the last 2 weeks, and we're citing sabotage. What are we doing to protect our infrastructure? We keep on talking and talking that we're going to protect it and security services are needed. Yes, we agree to that. But how is it that the municipality continues to suffer the losses, yet continues to employ the same service providers all along? One of our biggest, if not the biggest, expenditure that we have is our security. And yet, same people all the time, we're not changing anything. Back to the water. And one would have to wonder, why is it that it's taking so long to fix these things? Could it be that we are hoping to secure or ensure that the water tanker contracts continue to run? We bought the new water tankers. Why are we not seeing them on the street? What is the problem? Why are they standing in the depots? Why are they not taking them out? And so we can continue. But Speaker, at the end of the day, the reality is we are not checking what the people are using. We are not billing in accordance. We are continuing to estimate. Our debt continues to grow, and it's almost like there's apathy from the municipality to address this. With that, I'll give over to my colleague, Councillor Byrne. Thank you, Speaker.
1-2. Yes, councillors, apologies for that. We experienced some technical glitches this side, but the team is trying to fix that. Apologies. Councillor Penn?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir. I'll be direct and to the point. First of all, it's a pity that colleagues, all councillors, do not receive this report in their packs because it's a trove of useful information, but most councillors don't see it, so I'll have to highlight a couple of points. One in particular, that actual repairs and maintenance, the benchmark figure is 8%. As at the end of August, which was 2 months out of 12, 1/6 of the year, we should have done about 1.3% of the benchmark figure. In fact, we've done 0.92%. Now, every councillor knows that one of the biggest weaknesses in this municipality is that we just don't do maintenance enough, and it's borne out month after month with the budget statement report. So I urge those in decision-making positions to make sure that the more maintenance gets done. My colleague has touched on outstanding amounts and debts of 26 or so billion. The biggest debtor, which I've touched on before, and I'm going to mention it again because this municipality seems to be blithely ignoring the issue, is that our biggest debtor is the business that runs our bus service. And as of the end of August, they owed just under 1.1 billion. That's nearly as much as we're going to have to borrow for the whole year to fund the capital program. And the significance of this is that it came to light at the Finance Committee meeting that we have the absurdity that the municipality, through the city fleet, maintains the buses, but the bus operator gets the revenue. And I don't know how many residents and people who might be watching this meeting online are aware of the fact that we have this debtor owes the biggest amount by more than 1,000%. No, maybe not 1,000, but lots of percent. The second biggest debt is 147 million, but the one that owes 1.89 billion is the business which runs our buses. And this absurdity has continued, and I know Mr. Mayor would say if he's here that this is the subject of litigation, but it's been the subject of an arbitration for about 6 years, if I'm not mistaken, and we don't seem to be making any progress. So we had an egg dance at the Finance Committee meeting about why we can't have details about what's going wrong. So I hope, having laboured the point, that someone picks up the fact that this huge debtor of the municipality, and that some pressure is put on the municipality to account to its residents and its ratepayers. It's just absurd how this figure has got out of control, and no one is doing anything to bring it to a head. With that, I'll stand down.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penn. Councillors, the recommendation noted.
No. Noted.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 7, item 1.3, public tender awards for eThekwini Municipality for the month ended on the 31st of August 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. You are on page 7, item 1.3. I've got speakers. I've got a speaker from DA, Councillor E. Mhlongo. I've got a speaker from the ANC, Councillor Gasa. I've got a speaker from the ANC as well, Councillor Mkhize. Councillor Mhlongo. Please, Councillor Mhlongo, raise your hand so that we can unmute you this side. Then, now ngalapo ubesovula microphone yakho. As well, Councillor Gasa and Mkhize, do that so that we can unmute yourself. Councillor Mhlongo? Yes, thank you. Please unmute your microphone, that side.
Yes, that's great.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Greetings to all colleagues. Speaker, again, we would like to overemphasize the fact that Section 36 should not be used for what looks like stealing public funds, but it has to be used when there is an emergency that needs to be addressed within a short space of time. The report states that there was a Section 36 award to secure generators to electrify the stadium. We want to register that the city has to ensure that games in our soccer fields are not interrupted by the ANC-inflicted electricity crisis. Load shedding will only end in South Africa when the ANC government ends. Even the Minister of Electricity has just become like a minister of more load shedding. So there will be load shedding in South Africa. So, Speaker, securing reliable power is important for uninterrupted power supply in our stadium. Using Section 36 for this award was not justified to our satisfaction at the Finance Committee meeting. The load shedding has been there for over 10 years and emergency existed when load shedding started. It is no longer an emergency now. So the city should have allowed public to compete for the award to get competitive bidders to save money for this council. Officials said SAFA gave ultimatum and tight deadlines. In the absence of evidence, we don't believe this. SAFA president is a former municipal mayor and understands procurement processes. And this game is not managed by SAFA, but by PSL. So we don't believe this. Speaker, the use of Section 36 should be used when there is water or sewer crisis, because this is a real emergency. For instance, in North Devon, they were without water for over 10 days, which drove tourists away from the city hub of tourism, resulting in unnecessary cancellation of long weekend trips. This affected a number of jobs and loss of income. This was an emergency. The sewer is one of the biggest problems we are faced with in this city. It can last even 12 months to just unblock the sewer or spillage of the sewer. This is where Section 36 should be used, Speaker. The city is dysfunctional because of wrong decisions, and the city is wasting money by using Section 36 and end up having no money to do their core functions. In closing, Speaker, the DA is appealing to all voters to further drop the ANC vote in 2024 and 2026 to end this maladministration and possible corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tongo. Councillor Kasa. Kasa, please unmute yourself, that side. Councillor Kasa. Councillor Mkhize, are you ready? You can start with you before Kasa. Cala Mkhize uphakamisa isandla ukuze sikwazi ukuvula imicrophone ngapha. Yeah, Councillor Kasa, if i-microphone yakho sivulile ngapha, kodwa ngapha kwena isavalekile. Yes, khabazela nakuwena sesivule i-microphone.
Asamukele i-report, sithathele ithuba siyamukele i-report, Speaker. Sibonga ukuthi umkhandlu weTheku lidwa i-ANC, umkhandlu transparent, la sikwazi khona ukuthi every month size emphakathini wakithi eSouth Africa ngama-ratepayers sizo-accounta about indlela esisebenzise ngayo izimali. Laba abanye abakhulumayo into abakazikhonjwa ingoba bazi lutho ngokubavinisha. You can't leave a crisis while kune crisis
sithi nena sizosebenzisa section 36 ngoba kunekhansela elizofika la kwi-council meeting izama ukujustify ukuthi kuronga kangakanani ukuthi sisebenzise section 36. Sibonga ama-officials omkhandlu weTheku ekutheni aqikelele ukuthi imali zomkhandlu sizipende ngendlela ekuyiyona yona. Somlomo siyabonga. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mkhize. Councillor Kasa.
Angibingelele speak.
Yes, uyazwakala.
Sithanda kakhulu ukubonga ithuba osipha lona. No, as the ANC si happy ngale public tender award. Uzakwethu is not only ludicrous, absurd, and frivolous in his sentiments. Umsebenzi wokubeka amathenda uneyinhlelo neyinhlaka neyindlela ezisetshenziswayo ezisemthethweni zokwaba amathenda. Thina ke njengokhongolose seneme kakhulu ngale process elandeliwe ukulekelela abantu bakithi. Siyabonga.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recommendations noted?
Noted, Speaker.
Noted.
Thank you. Noted. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page number 8, item 1.4, investment report for the month ended 31st of August 2023, committee recommends.
Thank you, Mr. Mpele. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you very much.
Noted.
City Manager.
Page number 9, item number 2 is the report of the Security and Emergency Services Committee meeting, which was held on the 21st of the 9th, 2023. Item 2.1, progress report on implementation of the National Integrated Safer Cities Program in eThekwini. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got a few speakers. My first speaker is Councillor R. Mbonambi. My second speaker is Councillor Mieni, our Deputy Mayor. Then I've got Councillor S. Kumete from ACTP. Then I've got Councillor Kosente Madlala from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Mbonambi. All speakers, please raise your hands so that we can unmute your microphone. Then when you are being recognized, you unmute yourself and address council so that we save time. As you appear in my list, please do that. Let's start with Councillor Mbonambi.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes, Wakala.
Hello?
Yes, Wakala.
Oh, ngiyabonga speak. Angibingelele speaker bonke ama colleagues ethu nako speak na bonke abakhona ngokulandelana kwabo ngokwehlalo zabo. Speaker, I feel we do support this progress report. It shows that we as the Durban Metro we're putting safety first. This report, Speaker, is very progressive and fruitful report. The cooperation between the Metro police and the subs is going to be progressive. This shows that the councillors will have a big challenge to bring back the stability in this lovely city by working together. This is also going to improve our economic industry and tourism. Speaker, hence we're heading holiday to the Holidays Makers Month. Let all of us support our police and make sure that taxpayers and all the people of eThekwini and surroundings are safety to each and every corner of the city. The timetable, Speaker, must be 24 hours on operation by placing some intelligence officials who are going to attend to the community complaints. Speaker, going forward, as we know that the Speaker, there is a crime, we're fighting for the crime. I think the Speaker would be wise if the police forum and the people of the South Africa or eThekwini and the Metro to work together by placing the meetings where the crime occurred, not taking the meeting to the office where there is no crime is. I think, Speaker, also the completing of the Sunrun is going to play a very important role to the motorists to assist us by breaking down the crime. We as the IFE, we do support this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonambi. Then we have the next speaker, Councillor Mieni.
Speaker?
Yes?
Speaker, you left out Action SA. We also put our name in there as well, Speaker. You haven't called out the name, Speaker. Please check it out with Belinda.
Who is the speaker?
Zekwele.
No, it is fine. It's going to come after Gumede.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mieni with 3 minutes donated by the ANC. Councillor Mieni. Then after that is Gumede, then Zwagele, then Madlala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all the colleagues, Amakosi, and the residents of eThekwini who are listening us from different social media platforms. As this committee, we support the progress report which was presented to us through this report, because we are saying this report is also deal with a very critical issues of crime. And it's also noted that when we're dealing with such issues of crime, the DDM process also assists us together with UN Habitat. So le program sicabanga ukuthi izokwazi ukuthi silekelele kakhulu in dealing with the issue of safety in our city, and also it will address some of the issues that has to do with a comprehensive program between the all spheres of government. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kumete, ACTP.
Somlomo, samukela umbiko njengeqembu le-ACDP. Somlomo, njengeqembu le-ACDP siyakholwa ukuthi uSafer City wawakhelwe ukulungisa nokuvikelisa nokusiza kakhulu emphakathini ekutheni kuliwe nobugebengu. Kubhlungu ke Somlomo ukubona ukuthi ubugebengu kuyakhula futhi insuku zonke. Njengeqembu le-ACDP Somlomo sizodlulisa nje ubhlungu ukukhala ukuthi umfana osemncane bekade eshumayela nje emasontweni adlule udutshulwe eshumayela ebandleni just because ukuphepha akusekho kakhulu emphakathini. So njengeqembu le-ACDP siyacela nje Somlomo ukuthi ke siqinise ukuphepha silungise futhi samukele nalombiko ozosebenzisana noSafer City ukuthi iprogram iqhubeke, and njengeqembu le-ACDP siyacela ikomiti lika security and emergency ukuthi lisebenze ngokuyimisela libe active libe visible emphakathini ukuze likwazi ukuthi kubonakala umsebenzi eliwenzayo. Siye ukuthatha izithombe kuphela kodwa sazi ukuthi wonke umuntu active ukuze senze ama-official abe accountable. Njengeqembu le-ACDP siyakholwa ukuthi iTheku sifisa libe indawo ephephile. Siyabonga Somlomo.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Mnguni, Councillor Mncwango.
Speaker, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you
Speaker,
are.
Thank you, Speaker. We do welcome this recommendation. However, Speaker, Action SA would have loved to see the approach that talks about dealing with illegal immigration in our city. If you look at Point Road and some parts of Urban Park and CBD, we are really having an issue with a lot of criminal syndicates, mainly around because of high number of illegal immigration, which then call to the city. There's a need to establish a committee that can involve Home Affairs, Border Management, SAPS, Metropolis, to deal decisively with issues of illegal immigrants that are looting around our city. And most of them, some of them, commit crime, and it's very difficult to trace them. And I think if we can have an integrated approach to look around the city and make sure that we deal decisively with illegal immigrants in our city. Thank you.
Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you members of council, amakhosi asendlunkulu kanye nomphakathi wonke waseThekwini. Njengombutho we-ANC siyaleseka kakhulu le report. Sibonge futhi bonke abenze isiqiniseko sokuthi sesifike la ekutheni sikwazi ukuthula umbiko ngosekwenzekile. Sibonge i-UN Habitat. Sibonge futhi nanokuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi imizamo yethu esiyenzayo izogcina ilethile impumelelo. Njengombutho kaKhongolose siyakuqonda kahle kamhlophe ukuthi ukulwa nobugebengu kanjalo nokugcina izakhamuzi ziphephile akuyona into ongayenza nje uthembele emaphoyiseni kuphela. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi inkinga zonke zivela emphakathini lokho kuthiwe ama-societal problems, okusho ukuthi kumele futhi ukuthi uqoqe umphakathi uma ngabe futhi ufuna ukuthola izixazululo kulezo inkinga. Ngakho-ke le approach entsha efuna uku-aligna lama-efforts ethu ne-DDM siyawa welcome kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi ukulwa nobugebengu kudinga ukuthi ube nama-stakeholders amaningi ahlukahlukene lokuthiwa it's multi-stakeholders. It also needs a multi-pronged approach. Sicabanga ukuthi-ke kuyahlangana lapha ku-DDM. Ama-issues araised ukhansela uMncwango ngicabanga ukuthi uku-aligna ne-DDM wenza isiqiniseko sokuthi wonke lama-department esikhuluma ngawo are-represented lapha e-DDM level, okuzokwenza ukuthi kube lula ukuthi Home Affairs utholakale eduze ukwazi ukuthi udile ne-issue ye-immigration nayo yonke into ukurejistwa kwabantu abavakashela izwe, border control, border management and control nokunye okunjalo. Thina njengoba sinomtata la ukwazi ukuthi sikhulume kanjalo nabasemtateni kanjalo nabaka-SARS ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi impahla ingena kuleli zwe impahla yesizingeni eliphezulu, azikho impahla zomgunyathi ezifika idayiswe la ngendlela engekho emthethweni ngokunjalo. Ngakho-ke siyalamukela kakhulu lolu hlelo njenge-ANC and sithi kumele liqhubekele phambili ngoba lifuna ukusisa eduze ngokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sicreate le vision esasikhuluma ngayo kwakha idolobha eliphephile, idolobha ekuhambeka kulona ebusuku kanjalo nedolobha elenza ukuthi kube lula ukuthi usebenze, udlale, uhlale futhi uphile kangcono kulona. Si-ANC sawusupporta lo mbiko, siyabonga.
Thank you very much to all the speakers, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 13, item number 3, report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting which was held on the 21st of the 9th.
Speaker?
Yes, who's that?
Councillor Mteto from the DA.
Nyambosa.
I'm not sure if you are able to follow what's happening on the chat, but there is a request for a translation. I'm not sure how it's going to deal with that, but I think it is a genuine and reasonable request that people would like a translation to be done. Thank you.
I haven't seen the chart, but thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's a request that we received during the time when we used to have more meeting in this platform, but there was an indication that we don't have a facility that can assist with the translation in a visual meeting. We did provide an explanation before when we receive such a request, Nyambose, with due respect that we don't have that facility. At the same time, I can't force council members to speak English, but I can only appeal and persuade whoever who feel comfortable to express himself or herself in English to do so that everyone follow the discussion. But I can't force anyone to do that. It's just only an appeal to speakers, because the platform we are using, we don't have such facility yet. Thank you, Nyambose. We were on item 13, 3.1. Let me check my speakers. On this item, there are no speakers. Councillors, are the recommendation on page 13, 3.1 agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager. Let's move, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 14, item 3.2, declaration of KwaZulu-Natal Greater Urban Spatial Transformation and Economic Transition as the region in terms of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act number 16 of 2013. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpele. Our City Manager, councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Let's move, Mr. Mpele. Councillor Pullen, I'm told your hand is up. Councillor Pullen? Please unmute your mic. Councillor Pullen? Yeah. Your mic has been unmuted this side. Please unmute yourself and address council.
Sorry, I'm getting my name forward for 3.3. Sorry, sir.
Or your name is on 3.3?
Yeah, sorry.
Page 15?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move to City Manager. They read that item, page 15.
Not yet, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, let's move.
On page 15, item number 3.3, application in terms of section 46 of the eThekwini Municipality Planning and Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021, notice number 95 of 2021 for the amendment of the Municipal Land Use Scheme, North Sub-Scheme Section 7, Development Facilitation Table pertaining to Medium Density Residential 7, additional controls. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got the speakers, Councillor Mngadi from DA, Councillor Pullen from DA, Councillor Ndlovu, P. Ndlovu from the ANC, and Councillor Madlala from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Mngadi. Councillor Mngadi, ngicela uphakamisa isandla sakho sikwazi uku-unmute at this side. Councillor Pullen, if you are ready, you can come while you are trying to sort Councillor Mngadi.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The DA is concerned about precedent. If we allow 6 stories in this 4-story zone here, how do we say no elsewhere in the city? This is the problem we have. This developer will have put in a lift. Actually, I'm just thinking, if it's 6 stories, this developer will have to put in a lift because that's required. This will use more electricity when we know that is in short supply because we keep having load shedding. Why are we trying to make more money for this developer? If the developer wants more units on this site, he can make the units smaller in size. He's going to have big units with a low ceiling. This, I would have thought that the health department will look at and say there'll be less air in the rooms of these units. I suppose for me, my communist thinking is, why are we trying to make these developers richer? I don't think we should be supporting changing the building regulations just for one unit. I know we've all had a different past, but we've got the same future. We shouldn't be altering things that make things potentially slum-like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. is Councillor B Ndlovu, not P. Gatsheni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be quite frank, it's not for the first time and it's not for the last time. We will deliberate on the item of this nature due to the topography in some of the parcels of land in the city. The site in question, Mr. Speaker, is slopey. Therefore, additional controls can be instrumental in terms of development. Even in one's own house, Mr. Speaker, in the event whereby the site is irregular shape, you do not just despair. You devise strategies on how you can extend your house. So we considering or taking in cognizance that one complies with safety and all restrictions, of course. So in this instance, Mr. Speaker, we have indulged in the committee on this item, and we are confident that there are no national building regulations that have been infringed. Therefore, as in ANC, we support the recommendation. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think my fellow Councillor Pulen, is using his natural wisdom. He is not factual in his debate. In terms of if we are factual, there are no restrictions that have been infringed in this instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Hloko, Dlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised that Councillor Pulen chooses to embark on an anti-development and anti-investor stance like this, because one, we would like to create a situation, a conducive environment where people want to invest in our city, especially those who are doing the real investment in real estate are welcomed in our city, and we encourage that. In that committee where the councillor sits, there's an incentive scheme which gives money back to the developers to ensure that we attract, we retain investors in our city, and we keep them happy. So I don't know why is going out on this rant about creating money or making money for this developer, because that is exactly what we want to do. We want to create conducive environments and conducive environment for people who are investing in our city to make money. Therefore, they can pay our rates, they can pay their employees, and they can keep our city alive. Since when that is a crime? And secondly, the report is clear, Honorable Speaker, that as Councillor Ndlovu has pointed out, we're breaking no rules here. And when we take decisions, those decisions are not precedents. We can say that we are taking these decisions based on this site, and the realities are of this site. It's not a precedent setting that everyone will then want this, because not everyone has a slopey site, not everyone has the realities that exist in this site for that. As the ANC, we want to support this report because it supports development, and we want to send a clear message that says people who want to invest in our city are not going to be treated as enemies if they want the city to adopt changes which are going to ensure that they get return on their investment, they are happy in our city, and they thrive. That is what we want to see as the ANC. Businesses thrive. But I foresee a situation where we look at the color of the investor before we take decisions, because I can hear the undertone in what Councillor Pulen is saying, that he's already aware of the race of this investor, and that is wrong to one council to promote your racism. as the ANC, we support this item and will support similar other items that are going to come where we are making money for our investors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Are the
Point of order,
Commissioner
Speaker.
agreed?
Speaker, point of order, Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes. Councillor Mngongo here. Speaker,
Yes.
I hear Councillor Madlala talking about the race of a developer. And in this item, we don't know the color of a developer, but he accused Pullen of knowing the color of a developer. We don't know as councillors. Does it mean Madlala knows more on a developer as an individual more than us as councillors? Can you get clear on that one? Because it's confusing that a councillor will know exactly who's a developer, whereas the item doesn't say anything about developer.
Councillor Ngango, that's not a point of order. Councillor Madlala was responding to a debate in council by Councillor Puleng, the manner he understood him, of which it is within his right to respond to a debate in a manner that he understood another fellow councillor who was on the floor. Therefore, your point of order is overruled. Councillors, are the recognition agreed?
Mr. Speaker, point of order from me.
Point of order?
Point of order from me. Can I correct that? I do not know who the developer is, and quite frankly, I don't care. So can you just correct that for the record? I never even found that out, and I don't wish to. Thank you.
I never said that you know. I said in the manner Councillor Madlala understood your debate. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, he said I knew, and I'm correcting that.
Okay, that's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Madlala?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, since Councillor Mngango put it out there, although you ruled his point of order out of order, but I want to say that I don't know who the developer is. But what Councillor Pullen said was that although we come from different backgrounds.
Councillor Madlala, stop there.
Thank you.
I've already ruled on the matter. Let's not continue with the debate, because once I allow you, it means I have to allow Puleng or other councillor to respond. Let's not do that. The speaker has already ruled on the matter. Let's proceed.
Speaker, I got my hand up, Speaker.
Councillor Paruk?
Speaker, Action SA will abstain from this item.
We have not yet reached the stage where we are voting. We are sure. Councillors, are the recognition agreed?
No, Speaker.
Okay, let me have the screen. Let me have the screen. Let me have the screen, please. This is item 3.3, page 15 in our agenda. Now, ANC, you are in support or against, or you abstain?
Agree.
Thank you. DA?
Against the Speaker.
Against. Thank you. EFF? EFF? Let's move to IFP.
IFP will abstain.
IFP abstain. Action SA?
Abstain.
Abstain. APC?
Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you. ACC? ACC?
Thanks, Speaker.
Confirm, are your votes, ACC?
Abstain, Speaker.
Abstain. Thank you. ACTP?
Abstain, Speaker.
Thank you. AIC? AIC? DLC? APF?
Agreed, Speaker.
Thank you. HEM? HEM? Achama? JEP? KZNI? MF? Secretariat, I'm not sure whether we have unmuted all the whips of parties so that I don't call them while their microphones are off. Can you confirm that all the microphones of whips of parties?
Speaker, the MF abstains.
Okay. MF abstain. Mosa? NFP?
NFP 4, thank you.
Thank you. PFP?
Go.
Your vote? Support for?
EFP abstain.
Abstain. PRM?
PRM abstains, Baba. Thanks.
Thank you. TA?
TA abstains.
Thank you. UIM?
UIM 4.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus?
Freedom Front Plus against. Thanks, Speaker.
Against. Okay, let me go back to those who have not voted yet. EFF? EFF? Okay. In our chat, we have received a message that ACC will abstain and Alchama will abstain as well.
Speaker, DLC abstain as well.
DLC abstain as well. I think we have all voted. We have all voted because I don't get a response from Councillor Kambole, from the EFF. AIC?
ATM?
ATM? What about?
4.
4. AIC? AIC, please.
So usaphaphisa basebhizi.
Oh, yeah. Abangakhonjiwe, please mute your mic.
Mr. Speaker, AIC abstains.
Abstain, thank you. KZNI? KZNI, please raise your hand so that you can unmute your mic.
KZNI 4.
4, okay. Mosa?
Yeah. Is with Mbonambi at City Hall Speaker. He do have a problem to his computer.
Who's that? I'm looking for Mosa to vote. KZNI has voted already. Now I'm looking for Mosa.
Yeah. Yes, he's with Mbonambi at...
No, I'm looking for someone from Mosa. There's no response, eh? Mosa? Please raise your hand so that you can unmute your mic. Mr. Motley, your hand is up. I don't want to close the voting process while their councillors were struggling to vote. Mosa, I'm giving you the last chance with the EFF. Okay, thank you. Let's tally the numbers.
Abstain, Mr. Mosa, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's tally the numbers. EFF, no response. Add the numbers, please.
This thing here, can you do it? What's this here?
Thank you. Those who support order, councillors. Councillors, order. Please don't unmute your mic when you are not recognized by the speaker. Please, there are councillors who are talking. Abeka bangaphandle sikwi-council. Ongicheckele ubala abakhuluma lapha lento. Ongicheckele abakhuluma lapha. Please, councillors, mute your microphone. Thank you very much. Those in support of the item 86, those who are against 53, those who abstain 29. Therefore, the item will be carried through with the majority vote. Thank you very much. City Manager, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to
Councillor Mthembu, your hand is up, Lindiwe.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. We are joined by 88, Manch, ANC.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Please, councillors, update us when members are joining. We are trying to call the whip of the EFF because they are part of the meeting, but it looked like they are having a problem with the connection, but we are trying to assist them. Mainly Councillor Kambole, the whip of the EFF. Thank you very much for that update, Councillor Mthembu. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 18, item number 3.4, combined application in terms of the eThekwini Municipality Planning and Land Use Management, Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021, notice number 95 of 2021, application to amend Special Zone 26 of the Central Sub-Scheme, Broadway Precinct 47, number 47, 49, 51, and 53 Adelaide Tambo Drive, and number 8 and 12A Swapo Road by the following. A, by removing F1902 from the Land Use Component 2, Residential Office Conversion and Redevelopment, and adding it to Land Use Component 1, Commercial. B, by deleting the following cadastral description from Land Use Component 1. Even 1890, 1891 of the remainder of 1892, 1893, 1896, 1898, 1899 of the Durban North and of the Durban North and 1902 Durban North from Land Use Component 2, Residential Office Conversion, finally replacing the deleted F description with F3794 Durban North within the Land Use Component 1, Commercial. C, by amending the Development Facilitation Table for Land Use Component 1, Commercial F3794 Durban North with a coverage of 80%. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Let's proceed, City Manager.
On page 21, item 3.5, request for the City Manager to enter into a Memorandum of General Agreement and Memorandum of Particular Agreement with Government Technical Advisory Center for Energy Infrastructure Projects. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, councillors. We're on page 21 now, item 3.5. I've got speakers in my list. I've got Councillor J. Anipen, J. Naidu, I'm sorry, J. Naidu from the IFP. Then I've got Councillor Ntuli from the ANC. I also have Councillor Undlovu from the ANC, P. Ndlovu. In that order, Councillor J. Naidu, IFP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the IFP wishes to call an amendment to item 3.5.
Can you please read the amendment so that it can be recorded?
Okay, Speaker, the amendment to read as follows, that subject to the approval of 3.5.2, above consideration will be given to critical infrastructure and to include essential services in ESCOM direct wards, namely Ward 99, Ward 98, Ward 105, and Ward 109. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Naidu. I'm sure my team have captured the proposed amendment unless there's something missing. Are you fine? Thank you. Okay. The amendment has been proposed. Who second the amendment, Councillor Che?
Councillor Anapan, Speaker.
Anapan, can you confirm?
Mr. Speaker, I confirm. I second the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is on page 21, 3.5. That's subject to the approval of 3.5 to above consideration be given to the critical infrastructure and include the essential services, key points in ESCOM district wards, namely Ward 99, Ward 98, and Ward 105, and Ward 109. Proposed by Councillor Jaina to seconded by Councillor Anipen. That is a proposal, councillors, for the amendment of the recommendation. Is the proposed amendment supported?
No.
Is not supported?
Supported.
Is supported?
Supported, Chair.
Supported.
Okay. I'm catching a different signal. It looks like we have to divide the house. But before I do that, let me allow Councillor J. Naidu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Municipal Independent Power Producer Procurement Program seeks to procure alternate energy generation sources to integrate into the network supply, thereby reducing reliance on the unstable national grid. While noting the above, the IFP draws council attention to certain eThekwini wards in the south who are powered by ESCOM Direct. Mfume in Ward 105, Felekisi in Ward 109, Mnini and Mkababa in Ward 98, Krekiban and Tuyane in Ward 99 are critically hamstrung with essential services of water and sanitation due to of load shedding being implemented by ESCOM. Water pump stations and wastewater plants are load shedded between 10 to 12 hours a day on stage 6, while other eThekwini wards will undergo 4 hours. The impact of this load shedding leaves distribution reservoirs compromised and unable to supply water to communities. The IFP therefore proposes that these critical essential services infrastructure be included in the alternate energy generation program to alleviate water shortages and sanitation challenges, which the downstream reservoirs and wastewater plants are undergoing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jane, for that. Councillors, let me have the screen because I've already got an indication that there's no agreement on accepting the proposal. Let's just vote on the proposal for now before we deal with the substantive matter. I have read the proposal. You all now understand. Those who are in support of the proposal, or you vote against, or you abstain, give us an indication. ANC?
Against?
No. Thank you. DA?
We support the amendment, Chairperson.
Thank you. EFF? IFP?
RFP supports, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Action SA,
Support the Speaker.
APC,
No support.
ACC, ACC support, ACTP,
Support.
AIC,
Hello, Speaker. Abstain. AIC.
AIC abstain, DLC,
Support.
support, ATEC is not present, APF,
Against.
against, thank you, ACM,
ATM against.
Al-Jama, Al-Jama in support from the church, JEP, okay, Abeko, KZNI,
Against.
against, MF,
Support.
support, Mosa,
Support.
thank you, NFP,
NFP against.
PFP,
PFP against.
PRM,
PRM abstains, Baba.
thank you, TA,
TA support.
UIM,
UIM 4.
right, Freedom Front Plus,
In support.
support,
Speaker.
thank you very much. Let's tally the numbers. Thank you very much. Those who are in support is 80. Those who are against, 94. Those who abstain, 2. Therefore, the proposed amendment on this item has been rejected by the majority. Thank you very much for that, councillors. Let's go back to the substantive item. And I allow speakers to speak on the item. Councillor J. Naidu, you'll be the first to speak unless you wanted to raise an amendment. Other than that, there were no other issues you want to raise. Let me allow you first if you want to say something before I move to other speakers.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the IFP, we welcome this recommendation that speaks to bringing 4 megawatts of power between the PPPs and which is the public-private partnerships. What is extremely disappointing is that the ANC saw fit to vote against bringing in proper services and critical services in areas or in wards such as Ward 105, 109, Ward 99, and Ward 98. And I think the voters in those wards must take notice of this in the fact that this council and this ANC-led council has taken this decision to vote against services, critical services such as water, where communities are protesting and calling out for these services, that the majority coalition partners will vote against this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Naidu. Councillor Chintuli.
Sibonga, Speaker. Greeting to you, Makosa Sendlunkulu, City Manager, Deputy Mayor, and all protocol observe. It is a great honor and privilege for me to support on the journey that we have achieved so far in respect of our municipality independent power producer procurement program. But perhaps the most critical aspect is to have a robust discussion on how we can do collectively to address the energy crisis at our local level. Honorable Speaker, load shedding is not only a major inconvenience, but it also damaging our revenue generation potential and the economy at large. The cost of unserved energy has increased significantly. The local industries can operate at a maximum production level, and some have lost jobs due to load shedding. Honorable Speaker, this council adopted the energy transition policy in July 2021 after concluding the public participation process in line with Section 17 of the Municipality Structures Act. The aim of the energy transition policy is to provide a pathway toward a portfolio mix of power sources that can be deployed over a short, medium, and a long-term basis. The adoption of energy transition policy has propelled us toward the new strategic direction in the organization, in which it continues to encourage regional competitiveness, energy security, creating a resilient infrastructure system, industrialization, the economy of the city, and providing satisfaction over us in different technologies. In terms of the municipality committed to reduce resilience on the national grid by 20% in 2025-2026 financial year. In the medium to the long term, the municipality committed to reduce resilience on the reliance on the national grid by further 40% in 2031 financial year, and ultimately achieve 100% sufficient in 2035 to 2036 financial year, while supporting the ESCOM strategic unbundling. Honorable Speaker, we are happy to announce that we have successfully completed the due diligence through our request for information released onto the market in August 2021. Honorable Speaker, we are extremely delighted about the outcome and support received from the domestic and international investors. Our RFI was the biggest achievement in the history of the energy sector in South Africa. We managed to receive more than 100 proposals, representing a combined capacity of 16.5 gigawatt from diverse mix of generation sources. This demonstrated that eThekwini has a strong investors' confidence and a good economic policy. Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy to announce that the municipality have received various approvals from Department of Provincial, National, and National level. This has achieved without outsourcing any consultation to assist the municipality. It was done in-house. We are happy to announce that KZN Provincial Executive Committee approved our procurement of 400 megawatts on a new generation capacity from independent power producers. KZN PEC also mandated the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs to process and approve environmental impact assessment in less than 3 months. KZN Department of Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs and KZN Treasurer are also on our project in line with Section 76B of the Municipality Structures Act and Section 120 of the Municipality Management Act, respectively. After a remarkable and a successful energy transformation summit hosted in Durban, ICC, on the 1st and the 2nd of March in 2023, the municipality received investor pledge amount to 104 billion. The due diligence is currently underway to consider those pledge, and we will be reporting back to the council. On the 15th of March, the eThekwini municipality became the first metropolitan in the country to receive approval of 400 megawatt project for National Treasurer in line with the Section 120 of the Municipality Finance Management Act and Municipality Public-Private Partnership Regulations. Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy to announce that we have also concluded a partial ministerial determination in line with Section 34 of the Electricity Regulation Act. The Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy has concluded his assessment and forwarded the balance of the application to the Ministry of Electricity in the President. We are expecting the outcome next month or this month in October. Honorable Speaker, therefore, the recommendation to enter into the Memorandum of General Agreement and particular agreement with ETAC are crucial for finalizing the appointment of multidisciplinary teams of transition advisors. The team will work on the design of procurement framework and evaluation process. It will consist of legal, finance, technical, economic development, and environmental affairs, and the team will bring a diverse background with an experience in managing large-scale infrastructure projects. Honorable Speaker, it will be noted that the request for the proposal construction tender for our 400 megawatt project will be released onto the market in the third quarter of the current financial year. This project will ultimately create 8,000 jobs during the construction, inject 10 billion in the private investment, mitigate against stage 3 load shedding in the eThekwini, and create a sustainable social integration for communities through establishment of regulation community trust. In closing, Honorable Speaker, to the rapid revitalize our energy economy even further, we have released 2 requests for information, namely the Emergency Procurement Program and the Hydrogen Supply Chain Infrastructure Program, both closing on the 20th of October. Honorable Speaker, this project will foster collaboration with the private sector and timeline our vision behind building an industrial economy where the citizens of eThekwini will fully participate and lead a new energy. As the African National Congress, we do support this item because we do believe that our people slowly and steady but surely keep to this difficult time that they are in of load shedding. Siyabonga kakhulu, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Yes, before maybe we decide on the item, I see there's a hand from Councillor Kupega and Paruk. Oh, Ismail, I'm sorry. Councillor Kupega, your hand is up. Do you want to say something?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we need to note the absence of EFF after we have voted twice without them participating in this process. I don't know how we can confirm that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ismail.
Apologies, Speaker, that was a legacy hand.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is on page 23. It's item number 3.6. It's a request for authority to enter into strategic partnership for implementation of skills development partnership program in new venture creation business management level 4. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. On this item, I've got 2 speakers. It's Councillor S. Kumete, ACDP, and Councillor Madlala from the ANC. But before I allow Councillor Kumete to address Council, the issue of the EFF, Councillor Bega, is a concern for me. They were part of the meeting earlier. They confirmed that there were 7, others were joining. Then when we unmute their mic this side, we don't get response on their side, while they were part of the meeting at the time, but they later disappeared. Now, the team that assists me here is trying to contact the leadership of the EFF, mainly the whip, Councillor Kambule. We hope they will be able to join and connect and be part of the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Kumete.
Asibonge somlomo. Njengeqembu le-ACDP asithi nje siyawamukela umbiko omuhle kangaka futhi ojabulisayo ukuzothuthukisa nokuzodevelopha intsha yakithi. Somlomo angisho nje ligcwala umlomo ukuthi intsha yakithi iyawadinga amathuba njengalawa ukuze ikwazi ukuthuthuka nokukhulisa izinga layo lama skills, ngoba sinenkinga ukuthi njengamanje indaba yoqasho ibheda kakhulu ezweni lakithi noma edolobheni lakithi. Ukuqashwa nje kwabantu abasha kuyinkinga kakhulu. So uhlelo njengalolu ngiyakholwa futhi ngiyalithemba ukuthi lizosiza kakhulu even nakumasipala wethu weTheku ukuthi libonakala ukuthi lisawukhathalela ulusha lakithi futhi lisanendlela yokuthi lusize ulusha lakithi ekutheni lukwazi ukuphumelela nokwazi ukuthi lithole amathuba omsebenzi lizithuthukise ngandlela thizeni. So lolu hlelo siyalamukela njengeqembu le-ACDP futhi siyakholwa ukuthi nosomabhizinisi aba-private bazokwazi ukuthi babe nenxanxeba yokusiza ulusha lakithi ekutheni lukwazi ukuqasheka sebethole lamakhono. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngoni. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The ANC support this initiative. We want to thank the FoodBev SITA for this allocation of this 6.2 million rands budget to this program. And we think it's a step in the right direction. Sometimes it's easy when we are faced with difficulties to blame government for not doing enough. We think this is a step in the right direction. We also want to thank the ASIME Women's non-profit company for being in the forefront in terms of the training and the skilling of our people. We support what Councillor Kumete has said in saying that this program is going to assist in ensuring that the youth gets opportunities for skills and that will contribute to the development in our city. As the ANC, without further ado, we support this initiative, we support this report, and we call upon other parties to support us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, the recommendation on page 23, item 3.6, supported.
Yes. Supported.
Thank you. City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now move to item 4 on page 24, which is the report of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee from their meeting which was held on the 22nd of the 9th, 2023, item 4.1, request for approval of proposed alienation of F1925 Kwamashu C section for worship purposes. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager Mr. Mpele. I've got 2 speakers, Councillor J. Anipen and Councillor P. Mgwengwe. In that order, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP welcomes this report. We call on the city to continue to accelerate such initiatives and to make more land parcels available for religious purposes. These institutions play a vital role in campaigns such as moral regeneration, social cohesion, and nation building. Their social welfare programs reach even where government is restricted. However, Mr. Speaker, it is a disturbing reality that the initiative is not being carried out in a fair and equitable manner. Churches, temples, mosques in areas such as Phoenix, Chatsworth, and other former Indian communities continue to be forced to use rental spaces and are accommodated in tents and classrooms because of the lack of information around accessing the land for religious purposes. Mr. Speaker, in his State of the City address, his worship, the mayor promised that faith-based institutions would be offered the purchase of land at 10% of its value. Emails sent to the mayor's office, to the head of real estate, and to the head in the mayor's parlor, Mr. Moses Sithole, as far back as the 22nd of June 2023, have not been responded to. This is not only prejudicial, but exclusive and smacks of religious intolerance and social injustice. While supporting these recommendations, the IFP places on record our call to expand this initiative to include churches, temples, and mosques situated in former minority areas so that all people are treated fairly and equitably. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Ngwengwe. Yes, Councillor Ngwengwe, you are now unmuted.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, in this item, Councillor Mthembu Zondi and Councillor, not myself. Thank you.
No, it means there are no speakers because you don't have a right to appoint speakers on the item. It was yourself. If you are unable to speak, you can't delegate those powers to other councillors, unfortunately. Councillors, the commission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Let's move.
On page 25, item number 4.2, request for budget allocation to address scavenging crisis in eThekwini landfill sites. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got speakers here. Is Councillor Mpili from the DA. Is Councillor Mwango from Action SA. Then I've got Councillor A. Ndlovu from the ANC. In that order, Councillor Pili. Thank you. You can proceed. Unmute yourself and address Council.
Thank you very much, Speaker. If I may just check if I'm audible, Speaker.
Yes, you are audible. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the colleagues, all councillors and members of the media and communities who are following this meeting. Speaker, this matter comes to us as an urgent issue which needs to be dealt with. But this is almost 100 days later, almost 4 months, since this illegal invasion and the vandalism of this important municipal property took place, which is the Buffos Dry Landfill site. And only today that these funds are being requested from this council to cater for what is referred to as the emergency work packages required to bring the Buffos Dry Landfill site into operation. Now, what this tells this council, Speaker, is that there has not been any work which has been happening on this site since July. Again, this is the funds which are being requested. If you look at the report, funds are not available as yet. It's just an indication of the amount that is required to resolve the issue. This is despite the fact that Mayor Kaunda, immediately after that incident, visited the Buffos Dry and made some really strong commitments to fix the landfill site and also include the waste pickers as stakeholders. But again, what we can confirm here is that this is clearly, or was clearly, another talk shop and part of the mayor's efforts to promote himself and mislead the city, because what we can confirm today through this report is that nothing has been done to resolve that issue. Now, Speaker, I think the issue that we need to also discuss as this council is the compliances or the issues which led to this incident. We need to be honest with ourselves that our are the landfill sites complying with the national standards? Was this landfill site compliant with the national standards? And this not just include waste management. It also includes the fencing of the site. It includes the incorporation of waste pickers and how all of that is being managed. Now, the reality is that the city has completely failed to properly safeguard not only the Buffers Dry site. The city continues to fail and manage many other landfill sites, including the Springfield sites and others. Because if you look carefully at how these sites are fenced, the facilities, the manner in which waste is being transported inside the facilities, it is a complete recipe for disaster, because that is where waste pickers are jumping onto the trucks, are living inside these landfill sites without any monitoring or any consequences. What the city is failing to do is to follow compliances and ensure that they put fence that will properly secure the site, is to work with the waste pickers as stakeholders so that recyclers and those who rely on waste are able to do that safely, so that they are able to live out of that, out of recycling. But the city has failed again to cater for the recyclers and waste pickers who are desperately relying on waste to make a living. We can only conclude, Speaker, that this is purely because of the lack of planning, it's poor management, but more worryingly, it's the attitude of not caring for those who suffer the most, which is our brothers and sisters who are unemployed, who have nothing else to do because of the failing government of the ANC and the EFF in this city, and rely entirely on waste picking so that they could be able to have something in their stomachs and feed their families. This is a disaster which has been created by the ANC and joined by the EFF recently to ensure that people are being brutally assaulted for trying to make a living in these sites. Again, it is only because the ANC government and the management in that DSW are not complying with the National Environmental Management Waste, the Municipal Structures Act, which clearly spells out the role that the municipalities ought to play in order to ensure that solid waste disposal sites, insofar as it relates to the waste disposal strategy, the regulation of waste disposal, but more importantly, the establishment, operation, and control of these disposal sites is being managed in accordance with the legislation that it's supposed to. In fact, Speaker, if we were to begin to do an audit of these sites and check the compliances, I fear that we might not even be able to. We might even not be able to pass that auditing process. So, Speaker, in conclusion, for quite a number of years now, as the DA, we have been calling for this city to put in place proper and efficient recycling program to not only aid the unemployed and safely and legally, so that they can be able to safely and legally make a living from these recyclables, but we've also been calling for the orange bag recycling program to also be, operating so that those who are wanting to recycle are able to do that comfortably. But again, in a typical ANC style, the orange bag recycling program has totally collapsed under the ANC government, because they don't care about how much waste we've got in this city and what happens to that waste. They simply do not care. So, Speaker, the reality is that this mess has been caused. It should have been seen in a while ago. It should have been better planned ahead for. And we still have an opportunity to make sure that we are compliant. We are putting in place strategies, ways to deal with waste, and not simply ignore signs of, imminent disaster. And for that reason, Speaker, we will not support this until the ANC and the EFF really prioritizes the people that are living out of this waste.
The time is up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Kazumwango.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, recycling projects have been proven that they can create a lot of jobs, especially in our city where you've got so many unemployed young people in general. This initiative can really help in creating jobs. But this recommendation, as Action SA, we don't see it addressing the challenges we are facing. There's a feeling that there's an excuse being made about limitation in terms of organogram, why you can't even hire more people. And we believe that the intention here by the ANC is to end up going out and getting entrepreneurs to do this scavenging work, and then end up neglecting young people who are looking for jobs. It's for that reason, really, in terms of lack of clarity on how we plan to create jobs, we can't support such a recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Your time is up. Councillor Ndlovu. Councillor Ndlovu, please raise your hand so that we can unmute you. Thank you. You are now unmuted this side.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Ngibonge, ngibingelele. Mhlambe Somlomo, umuntu ufuna nje ukudlulisa okukhulu ukubonga ku-ANC ngalento eyenza kamashu kasi ngesonto nalo wamhlaba. Noma ke seku-item esidlule kona, ngicela ukungena kule item esikhuluma ngayo seBuffers Dry. Somlomo, i-report kule eBuffers Dry kube khona izimo ezenzakalile lapha okugcine abantu bexabana nama-security, kwagcina kuboshwe amanye ama-security okuyiwona sigadele leya ndawo. Umbiko ugcina usitshela ukuthi kunomphefumulo owodwa wagcina udlulile. So indawo-ke yagcina ivandalizeka ngesikhathi kuboshwa ama-security okuyiwona sigadelayo. So kule report sifisa ukubuyisela esimweni leya landfill site because siyaqonda siwumkhandlu ukuthi ama-landfill site esinawo wanele ngenxa ungabi khona kwendawo. So asikwazi uku-afforda siwuhulumeni okuyena olidayo ophethe ukuthi i-landfill site engabe iyasebenza ilekelele sithi siyayivala sizoyisupport. Okunye Somlomo efesi kuvezela ukuthi i-insurance ikhona ngoba mhlawumbe omunye umuntu uzobuza ukuthi hawu kwafunala imali engaka why insurance, but insurance kwi-process yakhona izothatha isikhathi eside because they want to verify each and every item ebikhaviwe. So that is why siza kwi-council ukuthi i-service ayibiqhubeka iyaphambili abantu bekwazi ukuthola i-service kunokuthi ime, ngoba uma nje beyavala njengoba kuyimanje ingekho esimweni esi-right ivalekile izofaka ingcindezi kakhulu kwi-department ikakhulukazi edila nemfucuza. So-ke kungako sila nokucomplya-ke nemithetho ekhona egovernisha indaba i-West Environmental Affairs. So-ke ngale report siyacela Somlomo ukuthi i-council i-approve i-reports nale budget sibanike ukuze ibe back into operation. But into ye-security uma ubuka nje i-report kukhona la echazwa khona ukuthi kuma-recommendation ukuthi that's a joint security and enforcement operation plan to be developed for all cleansing and solid landing field sites. Lokho okwenzakale lapha eBuffalo's Dry kuyisifundo kuthina and kusilekelela ukuthi siqhubeke siye phambili soqinisa ezokuphepha ukuze izinto ezinjenganalezi zingenzeki. So ke ngale report siyi-ANC sicela ukuthi isupport. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, page 25, item 4.2. Are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Let's vote. Right. Please, team, open the microphones of all the chief whips of parties as we are starting the process of voting. Those who will confirm numbers, please unmute yourself so that we move with speed. Let's start with the ANC. How are you voting, ANC?
Support.
Thank you, TA.
And against.
IFP? IFP? Action SA?
Against.
Action SA? Against. APC?
Against.
Support.
Thank you. ACC?
Against, Speaker.
ACTP?
Against, Speaker.
AIC?
Support, Speaker.
Thank you. DLC?
Support, Speaker. Thank you.
APF? APF? ATM?
ATM support, Speaker.
Achama?
Achama support, Speaker.
JEP? Okay, KZNI?
KZNI support, Speaker.
MF?
Abstain.
Thank you, Mosa.
Against.
NFP?
Support.
Thank you. PFP?
EFP against.
PRM?
PRM support, Speaker.
TA?
TA is against.
UIM?
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus?
Abstain.
Thank you. IFP, you have not voted?
Speaker,
Yes.
yes, the IFP will request to abstain on the item.
IFP, abstain, thank you. APF? APF? APF, let me give you the last chance. Please check whether his hand is up so that you can unmute him this side before we move on. It looked like we're not getting any response. Let's close the voting and add the numbers. Right, those who are in support of the recommendations, the number is 96. Those who are against, 63. Those who abstain, 16. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you very much. City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 26, item 4.3, request for authority to acquire land and register a servitude for project number 8612, Northdale Pump Station and Rising Main Replacement. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I to confirm some other things with my team so that I don't make mistakes. There are no speakers on the item, page 26, item 4.3. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Item 4.4 on page 27, request for authority to renew implementation protocol for level 2 accreditation for undertaking the housing function. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors, on page 27, item 4.4?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Page 28, item 4.5, noting of intention to amend contracts 1T347776 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the construction of BRT route C1A work package on number 3 Inanda arterial between N2 and Sikau Lake Road. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got two speakers in my list, Councillor Mwango and Councillor Mgwengwe. In that order, Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, you know, these recommendations, when they come, they look good, but I think in reality,
Councillor Mwango, you are not audible. Awusezwakali kona, Councillor Mwango.
It's good to have these roads. Yes, Speaker?
Yeah, qala phansi uba sikuzwanga.
Qala phansi isikhathi ke Speaker.
Yeah, siqala phansi nesikhathi, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, Speaker, these kind of developments look interesting, and one would always support developments. But our fear as Action SA is that IPTN don't seem to be taking off. So you're gonna keep constructing this PRT road, but the issue is the reality is the GoDep will never go. That is our concern, that we are putting money on this massive infrastructure, hoping that there will be GoDep in one day, but we're all sitting here not clear when this GoDep will ever go. So this is really a concern, Speaker, as we're having a section, we have reservation about this kind of recommendation because we feel we're going to be having version 2 of RMS, where after 10 years, we realize that this project is not going to take off. It's really a concern that we're hoping that all councillors here should pay attention to these issues, not just agree.
Your time is up. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Somlomo.
Yes, babu yazwakala.
Ngifisa ukubingelela Somlomo amakhansela wonke umkhandlu abasilalela emakhaya. So African National Congress sifisa ukwamukela lo mbiko njengoba unjalo njengoba uzosenza siqhubeke nokwakha imigwaqo. Siphinde futhi siqhubeke nokusebenzisa uhlahlomali esilithelwa kuhulumeni kazwelonke ukulungisa lemigwaqo ekufanele yenze abantu baseThekwini bahambe endaweni ezifanelekile nanokuthi ke njengoba esho ukhansela uMnqwangu ngesikhathi singakabi online kodwa wonke imigwaqo efanele ukuthi isetshenziswe kufanele ube sesimweni ngesikhathi esifanele. So ukhongolo siyawamukela umbiko, siyawusupporta, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngwango and Mngwengwe. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Noted is for noting. Are the recommendation noted, Councillors?
Noted, Somlo.
Thank you, City Manager. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We're now on page 31, item number 4.6, noting intention to amend contract 1T679 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for technical advisory services to support minibus taxi operators to participate in the city's integrated public transport network and other programs. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got two speakers from the DA. Number one, Councillor M. Purseth. Then ANC is Councillor Mngwengwe. In that order. Please raise your hand, then we unmute your mic this side, then you speak after that. Yes, we are unmuted. Councillor Purseth. Please unmute yourself that side.
Hello? Yes, my yazi ngicela ungangidela ukungishayela ngisemhlanganweni yazi manje le online.
Mngwengwe. Mngwengwe. Councillor Mngwengwe. Councillor Mngwengwe. Usubalekile awuzokhuluma kulomhlangano uma uzophazamisa. Ungakhulumi ungakhonjwanga. Can you please, Councillor Mellin, unmute yourself that side?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible. Proceed.
Thank you. I was backing. Thank you, Speaker. Hello, colleagues. Whilst the DA acknowledges the report and the progress being made by the advisory committee and the Department of ETA, it must be noted that this work has been done at a great cost. The cost could have been avoided if the stakeholders and the taxi industry had been approached from the beginning of the Go Durban venture in 2013. You were warned then. Some 10 years later, we're now inching towards contracts being signed. The key takeaway is to listen to the audience, to the advice, compare what you are doing to best practice learned from elsewhere, from similar projects, and adopt that practice to your needs. Such an approach avoids policy uncertainty and gives clear paths going forward. Let's hope the governing party is learning from its many mistakes in the Go Durban project, and that we will see the millions spent and the buses on the road in the months to come. Our citizens have lost hope and don't believe this project will ever get off the ground. And the buses hiding in the corners of the bus depots across the city will never be seen. Let's see if the wheels of the bus can round and round, round and round. We note this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Mngwengwe, you are the next speaker. Councillor Mngwengwe. Councillor Mngwengwe, please unmute your microphone.
Thank you, Somlomo.
Yes.
As African National Congress, we note this item and we support it. Thank you very much.
Muqeda ukukhuluma Mngwengwe ke imute microphone yakho. Ukuze lo muntu okufonelayo emekufonela futhi singezwa thina. Siyabonga. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? It's for noting, it's for noted, councillors.
Noted.
Thank you. City Manager, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now move to page 38, item number 4.7, request for approval to solicit comments and representations in terms of clause number 33, subsection 1A of the MFMA relating to the appointment of a professional services provider for contract number PSC 2021/005, provision of multidisciplinary engineering consulting services for the 10 megaliters per day to 22.5 megaliters per day capacity extension of the Tongat Central Wastewater Treatment Works on 72-month contract basis. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. There are no speakers on the item. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
Thank you, City Manager.
Noted, Speaker.
City Manager.
Page 39, item number 4.8, noting of reasons to amend contract 1H 213753 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the lease of premises Shell House building situated at 221 Anton Lembete Street, Durban. Committee recommends.
No speakers. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Noted.
For noting, noted. Thank you. Let's move, City Manager.
Item 4.9 on page 41, 2023 National Transport Month at eThekwini Municipal Activities Committee recommends.
Page 41, item 3.9, 4.9, sorry. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
Thank you. City Manager, let's move.
On page 45, we're now dealing with direct
Speaker.
tax core reports.
Yes.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Nyambose.
we do have speakers on the previous item, the transport month.
You have a speaker on page 41, item 4.9.
That's correct.
Okay, it means unfortunately we have not captured that, but you are putting me in a very awkward position because you should have indicated earlier when the item was tabled. Then I said there are no speakers. That fine, let's do this. Who is the speaker?
It's Councillor Billy and Councillor Smith.
There are two. Okay, that's fine. Let me allow them to debate. Billy?
Maybe, Speaker, just to put it on record so that you don't set a warring precedent for yourself. I did submit their names to your office.
Yeah, thank you. Nyambose, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm avoiding that discussion. For the fact that I'm allowing them to speak, I don't think that there's a need to have that comment because it's a sign of admission that maybe there's been a problem in terms of the submission. Let's allow them to debate and proceed. Councillor Billy? Angicheckela uBilly ukuthi uamuthiwe yini lapho kwi-microphone Belinda. The second speaker can proceed while we are trying to unmute Billy. Yes, Billy is no Smith. Yeah. Can we allow Councillor Smith to debate while we are trying to assist Councillor Billy Smith?
Audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, Speaker. This item deals with the implementation and operational phases for the Go Durban programs, overall road safety, and general public transport industry through empowerment. This focus is aimed at advancement, inclusivity, empowerment, and transformation in public and private spaces. However, looking at the performance of the departments in this report and the assistant departments whose operations and in its entirety impact the safety of our road users and pedestrians of all walks in life brings a lot into question. Go Durban, 10 to 13 years on, has become a program that is synonymous with the idea of building bus lanes, with no buses to transport the many people who rely on the public transport. This is grant funding. Yet we as a city are accountable for the expenditure thereof, as well as how we handle our own finances. While departments are supposed to execute their functions, such as fixing the many roads in the city that have more potholes than tar many more potholes than tar on the road. This inevitably becomes a dangerous situation as residents have to dodge potholes, sometimes damaging their vehicles, costing thousands of rands to repair from a pothole long left after some or other department repairs one or other fault, which itself speaks to the mismanagement of funds in the city. In this report, we talk about the safety of our roads. I highly doubt that our residents would agree that our streets are safe to walk on, let alone drive on, and that municipal services are on par where they are supposed to be. Metro Police resources end up being deployed to escort trucks as well as some councils' personal protection details, instead of enforcing the bylaws of the Metro on the very streets, showing residents of this municipality that they're actually doing their jobs and keeping them safe. This includes addressing the many speedsters who use our roads as racetracks, with minimal enforcement and prosecution for violating the mandated speed, as well as the dangerous driving which impacts residents across the board. Enforcement also comes with the monitoring of hotspots throughout the city, but how can we monitor road or speeding violations if our cameras aren't working? These monitoring devices are an absolute necessity to be kept in working order. But without them, carrier pigeons would prove more effective to help our already stretched Metro Police, who we expect the world of, yet this council doesn't fully support in putting them where they belong, with the people on the roads and responding to their complaints. Road safety and prevention of casualties and damage is especially prevalent when gaping holes are left open by some departments, when fixing water, sanitation, electricity lines around the city, and cars themselves find themselves at the bottom of a mini ravine with extensive damage to their vehicles, which having working streetlights would have helped prevent it. I wouldn't like to be driving 1 minute, then finding myself seemingly transported to the depths of Giba Gorge, while my personal vehicle is almost written off because of negligence by officials who haven't tended to the long list of potholes, trenches, or holes in the sidewalk because of shortages of backfill or asphalt. In this addition to the rising issues around schools, where appropriate signage is desperately needed, along with the effective police presence to ensure dangerous situations are reduced, especially with speeding, overloading, and drinking and driving occur almost daily. I wouldn't want to place my child in any type of dangerous situation, be it with public transport and their taxis, buses, etc., or private vehicles where people speed, thus endangering the lives of our youth. Yet, as many residents see, this happens almost daily. I must also highlight that we as a city need to re-look at our policy around traffic calming, as it seems to be largely outdated while the department engages a provider to do counts of vehicles in assigned streets and across the metro from 8 a.m. to 1600, completely missing the large periods of congestion while directly impacting the type of road class. Overall, we as the council are custodians of this municipality. Its bylaws and how funding is used, especially with the above-mentioned issues that threaten our people, yet are quite content around having cocktail parties and reception breakfasts while our people suffer, as well as the cost associated with these issues. Unfortunately, based on the status of service delivery in the city, which is a direct reflection of the mismanagement and self-centered approach of the ANC and its lackey support parties and pseudo-politicians who, from the previous council meeting as well as today, have continuously championed that they are the champions of the city and the good that comes of it. Well, unfortunately, you're also responsible for the decay of service delivery to all of our residents in all of our wards in the city, and they see it in the day-to-day. No matter how you try to spin the story, they are seeing it. Failure is failure. Own up to it, be the bigger person and say, yes, we failed, instead of trying to pull the wool over our people's eyes. Stop trying to throw our people in the fire while you're disrespecting them as such. We will not accept this. And unfortunately, we will not be accepting abantu who are busy treating us with disrespect because don't, and we will not be, we are against this item because the safety of our people are jeopardized. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pili.
Billy has withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. He is fully covered by Anna Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Chato. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Let's proceed.
No, Speaker, no.
Oh. Okay, okay. I'm getting no. Let me have a screen, please, so that we are procedural. Please, whip of parties, open your microphones. We are going to unmute all of you this side, unmute yourself this side, so that we vote with speed. Right, let's start with the ANC.
4.
DA.
Against the Speaker.
IFP. Support. Walo. Bonambe. Ungakhonjiwe ngicela nivala ama microphone ngoba ayaphazamisa uma nikhuluma. Sicela Councillor Bonambe. Action SA. Against APC.
Agreed.
Support ACC.
Support.
Support ACTP.
Support.
AIC.
In support, Speaker.
TLC. TLC.
Support, Speaker.
Siyabonga APF.
Wow.
Support. Siyabonga ATM.
We got it, yeah.
4. For Al-Jama.
Against.
Against JEP, Abeko, KZNI.
Support.
Support MF.
Against.
Balo my screen. Councillor Khan, please switch off your video. Thank you, Councillor. MF, have you voted? Thank you, Mosa.
Against.
Thank you, NFP.
NFP 4.
Thank you, PFP.
20 SG. 14.
Against.
But we have managed. Because there were fewer people. I think
Kona, the Councillor Paruk, your microphone is muted. Please unmute your microphone. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Paruk, PRM.
Support.
Is PFP voted? Yes, okay. TA?
TA is against.
Is against. UIM?
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus?
Also against, Speaker.
Voting against. Is everyone voted? Check the team. IFP have not voted. IFP? But in support? Not voted. Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for that. Can we double check that all parties have voted before we close? You can confirm that everyone have voted. Thank you. We are now closing the votes. Let's get the results. Thank you. Those who are in support, 114. Those who are against, 62. Those who abstain, none or 0. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through. Thank you, City Manager. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 45 is the direct report, which is item number 5, which reads, noting of the decision by the Board of Directors of the Durban Marine Theme Park, affectionately known as Ushaka Marine, to write off irrecoverable expenditure. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got speakers. I've got Councillor J. Anipen. I've got Councillor Isop from ACDP. I've got Councillor Pintuli from the ANC. No. This can't be Pintuli. It's Chintuli. Councillor Chintuli from the ANC. Thank you. In that order, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all familiar with the term bailout. In the ANC government, bailouts have become a regular theme. On a number of occasions, the city has provided bailouts to its entities, the Durban Marine Theme Park being one of them. When these entities were established, the idea behind it was that it would be self-sufficient, create jobs, and develop into sustainable business models. What was not expected and cannot be condoned is this notion that bad decisions which impact on the ratepayer and on service delivery just for the survival of these entities will be ratified and endorsed by this council. IFP has taken a deliberate and decisive decision to object to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure at all committees and on all fronts in the city. The IFP will be abstaining on this matter and calls on the political and administrative leadership of the city to undertake an assessment into the viability of this entity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Isop. So please raise your hand so that we can unmute you. Councillor Isop, you are unmuted this side. Please unmute yourself that side. Councillor Isop. Yes, Councillor Isop, we can see you this side and your mic has been unmuted. Please unmute yourself and address council.
Sorry, Speaker. Apologies, my phone I'm using and having a technical problem. Sorry. Can I go ahead, Speaker?
Yes, we are audible.
Speaker, the ACDP is concerned with this particular item, and our reasons are that throughout the years, we have assisted Ushaka Marine with bailouts. Now we find a situation where there is no consequent management, and those that have violated the regulation have not been brought to book. Now we are asked as council to adopt the writing off of 15 million. We're living in tough times economically, and these burdens cannot be on the ratepayers only because we're using their money to bail out Ushaka Marine and other entities. And so as ACDP, we will abstain on this item, and we're asking the municipality to investigate this matter further, and a report should be presented regarding Ushaka Marine and whether it's a viable entity for us to continue funding in the years to come. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Isop. Councillor Ntuli. Councillor Ntuli. Please check that Councillor Ntuli's hand is...
Somlom.
Yes, you are audible.
Ngixolisa la ngithanda ukuhlushwa into ye-gadget lemhlangano mawuseka kwesinye isikhathi inetwork iyahlupha. Cha Somlomo angikale ngokuthi ngikubalula ukuthi ama entities esinawo njenganomasipala, it is also our responsibility ukuthi masikwazi ukuthi izinto that relate to them sikwazi ukuthi siwalungisele siwalekelele kona. Chief among those things ukuthi fanele makhona into ethinta into enama finances itreatwe ngokufana nendlesitreata ngayo kumasipala. That's why bene board that sit on their side and decide or deal with their issues on their own. Now the issue ukuthi kuhlale kukhona outcry in this municipality ukuthi kungani hlale siwa assist these entities in all government. Ama entities when they operate they need to be assisted so that izokwazi jabe strong uzas assist nasentweni yo booster into ye tourism in our city. Ngifuna ukugcina ngokulokuthi ke Somlomo, we do support this report as the ANC. Siyabonga.
This item, councillors, is for noting. Thank you very much. The recommendation agreed, noted.
Noted.
Thank you. Let's post it, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 46, item number 6. A notice of motion proposed by Councillor Z.M. Ngango and seconded by Councillor M. Gupega in sourcing all security personnel within the municipality that are under private service providers. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Let me allow Councillor Mwango with the additional of 1 minute donated by Councillor Ismail. Councillor Mwango on the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While one,
there is a point of order from.
Yeah, the point of order is from Councillor Madala, Speaker.
Shorter.
Yes. Apologies to Councillor Mwango. The order is not directed to him. It's a clarity-seeking order here. I want to remind you, Speaker, that in our last meeting, in this meeting, in the earlier part of the meeting that was on the other day, there was something that someone did ask, because this is not the item in our agenda. Is not a motion by Councillor Mwango. This is a report back from the executive committee. Where the executive committee is reporting back on the work it has done and what it is proposing in terms of taking that forward. Now, I know that if it's your motion, you are given an opportunity to speak. And therefore, my understanding would be that if Councillor Mwango is speaking, he would be speaking like any other member of this council who has put his name forward.
Speaker.
Not because no, it's a clarity. I'm seeking clarity.
Order. Councillor Mwango.
Yeah.
Councillor Mwango, can you please behave? When the speaker has been given a platform to speak by the speaker, allow him or her to finish the point. Is the decision of the speaker to make a ruling whether the point of order is in order or not in order, or the clarity-seeking question is out of order. Let's allow Councillor Madlala to proceed, no disruption. Short long.
Yes, thanks, Bodlankom. Hence, the question in the last council around that: how do we treat these reports that are coming back from EXCO to council? I think it was Councillor Visven Reddy who asked it, or someone else, but from the right of where I sit. And I think we did not exhaust that. That is why I'm anxious that it could be just an oversight that since the point of the motion was thwarted by Councillor Mngwango, then Councillor Mngwango will be given another bite, not as a general speaker in council, but because he's a sponsor of the motion. But this is no longer the motion. This is a report from EXCO. Unless his name was put forward by his party to discuss like everyone else, then I would sit. But otherwise, I wanted to find out from the speaker if that is the case, and for guidance going forward, maybe from legal, on how do we treat these matters, so that if the item comes back 3 times, it's not going back to the sponsor of the motion 3 times, because he sponsored the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hlobo. The understanding that we have as a Speaker's office is that all items in our agenda, all council members are free to debate all the items. The understanding again that we have, I can confirm that the name of Councillor Mngwango, to me, it appears in the item as a speaker of the item, not because he has sponsored the motion. As we have correctly said that the motion was sponsored, he was given an opportunity to present his case. The matter was taken to EXCO. EXCO deliberated on the matter, is back in council just to give update or progress, or to confirm that EXCO, yes, excuse me, had time to discuss the matter. But here today, Mngwango is not speaking as a sponsor of this motion. He's speaking because he felt that he wants to speak on the item like any other councillors who would have that feeling. Councillor Mandlala, I'm not sure whether they are satisfied or you still want legal to speak on the matter. I can allow legal to address it. Giovanni?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The only comment that I can make at this point is that the matter is still under consideration, since the executive committee directed the city manager to do the necessary feasibility and consult the relevant units, and then come back with the report with firm recommendations which are in response to the contents of the notice of motion. So what is being required of the council is to note that the notice of motion, as it was directed by the council to the executive committee, to note that the executive committee has considered it and has made these directions, and the matter is still pending because it has not been finalized yet. So the final report in response to the notice of motion has not been presented yet. Thank you.
Yeah. Therefore, because of the explanation and the guidance from legal, Councillor Mngwango, the report is here for noting. But even other items that we normally brought to council for noting, we do allow councillors to express themselves while the matter has not been concluded. But this matter is unique because it's here for noting while the executive committee and the city manager are still working on the matter. Now, when we bring these matters here, if I understand the opinion and the direction we are being given by the legal, these issues here are not for us to make more comments on it because they are not yet finalized. Because we know to understand that.
I'm not sure, Speaker, why you're asking me. I've never asked a question. I never said I don't understand.
No. I'm not saying that you're asking the question. It's because you wanted to speak on the matter. I'm trying to get that you understand what we're trying to say, because Councillor Mandela is saying for future reference.
The problem, Speaker, Mandela is preempting what I'm going to be saying. I can read English. It's here for noting. It's the same as other items. Nothing new about this item. I don't understand why Mandela will preempt what I'm going to say in this meeting. So, even the legal opinion, there's no need for legal opinion. The item is the same as all other items. Either it's for approval or for noting. I can read simply English. So I don't understand why Mandela must explain to me what I'm supposed to say.
Councillor Mngwango, Councillor Mngcango, you are addressing the speaker, not Madlala. It's me.
But he's the one speaker who raised the issue.
No, order. It's me who are bringing you in the discussion. It's not Madlala. It's me who said, Councillor Mngcango, do you understand? Not Madlala. I don't know why you bring Madlala on the matter, why it's the speaker who's inviting you to a discussion after my comment and Councillor and Jomana's comment. But nevertheless, you can speak on the item.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. But you see, we just wasted almost 10 minutes.
No, speak
just
on
because
the
of
item.
Madlala.
Yeah, speak on the item. Otherwise, Mngcango, I'm not going to allow you to speak on the item if you don't want to behave. I can repeatedly one and again correct you that you must address the speaker, not other councillors. All your concerns must be directed to me, not to other councillors. Proceed.
Yeah, look, Speaker, the issue one may have here is that there's an argument now that come from Executive Committee raising the issue of 3 months being not achievable. But ESCO doesn't say what is achievable. While one knows the item, would like probably city manager, if possible, can provide us the time frame, because council agreed on a 3 months period, but ESCO come and say it's not achievable. But what's achievable? They must say they need extra 2 months, 3 months. What exactly is unachievable? So we need that clarity. And also, Honourable Speaker, the report says the committee agreed the city manager would have to submit a report to ESCO where it unpack the process. It doesn't say as when the report is expected. That can be a year, 2 years, 3 years. This issue is an issue which we believe should be a priority. That is why there was an amendment to the motion to put a period of 3 months, and ESCO only meant after a month. So you can't then make 3 months as not enough, whereas it's ESCO that didn't discuss the item on time. So while one is noting the report, Honourable Speaker, one must raise a concern around the issue of time. But also, we are concerned with the fact that the mayor has been heard many times on radio talking negative against this motion of insourcing, meaning the mayor himself seemed to be against insourcing of security guards and cleaners in eThekwini. But at the same time, we come here as if we are all neutral on this item. That's our concern we are having. But we note this report from ESCO. We're hoping that city manager will look at these issues and really make sure that he provides time frame.
The time is up. Councillors, are the resolution noted? Are the resolution noted? Thank you. City manager, let's proceed.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Page 49 is the second report of the Executive Committee from their special meeting, which was held on the 27th of the 9th, 2023. Item number 1, adoption of integrated development plan, process plan for the 2024 to 2025 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Page 49, item 1. Are the recommendations agreed?
Great.
Thank you, City Manager. Just proceed.
On page number 50, item number 2, noting of reasons to amend contract 1E 43085 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the provision of service to conduct deeds office search. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
As for noted.
Noted.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Last item.
Last item on page 53. Item number 3. It's the update on Tonga Tulet Developments Pty Ltd business rescue status. Committee recommends.
This item is for noting. Councillors, are the recommendations noted?
Noted.
Thank
Noted,
you. Yeah, that is an end of our agenda, but we have to deal with some in-committee items. No. Before that, we are going to deal with the impact report. Then after that, it will be okay. Let me check here. Yeah, we're going to deal with the impact report. I have received a request from the chair of ethics, Councillor Zondi, that she preferred to present her report on ethics in a physical meeting. I have agreed to her request. It means we are not going to receive the ethics report today, but only a report from MPEC will be presented to council. Let me invite the chair of MPEC or whoever have been delegated by the committee to present the MPEC report. Over to you. Please raise your hand, then you'll be unmuted this side. Who is going to present the report? Wow. Councillor Dlamini, I'm told is you going to speak. Please unmute yourself. Councillor Dlamini. Dlamini, ngicela mfowethu unmute i-microphone yakho.
Thanks, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Angibingelele Speaker, ngibonge amakhosi aseNdlunkulu, ngibingelela amakhansela wonke ngokuhlukahlukana kwezigqoko zawo, ngibingelela ama-officials omkhandlu nabafowethu nodadewethu abasibukayo besilalele emakhaya. Speaker, I've got 3 reports. Eyokala i-report kulama report i-assessment edinga nje ukuthi council i-note. The second one and the third one will be i-report edinga i-approval by i-council. Let me start by the one which talks to i-assessment of our committee. Here, Speaker, uKokta with Speakers Forum, bathe mabe assessa i-functionality committee lethu la eThekwini le MPEC, bathola ukuthi we are doing very well as a committee. So each challenge that we are faced with ama irregular expenditure. So they are very alarming. As a result, that is the concern, basically on the side of uKokta. Besicela ke skis ukuthi umkhandlu we note le report yethu i-assessment as it is, because functionally it shows ukuthi we are 100% in terms of functionality. That's the first report, Speaker. The second report. Oh,
thank you. Let's start with the first report, because on the first report I've got speakers before we note the report. It's for noting, as we have mentioned correctly, but the speakers want to express themselves on the item. Councillor Mngwango.
No, Honourable Speaker, mine's on that report.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, is the first impact report noted?
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted.
Councillor Dlamini, let's move to the second report.
The second report, Speaker, of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, financial year from 2017-2018 to date 2022-2023. Here, Speaker, we are actually requesting e-council to write off all 310,526,205 rand 34 cent. But Speaker, there's something that I want to allude on. La, as we are requesting a write-off, a reason it's being 2017 to 2018, most of the items that are here are prescribed. So it should be clear to the council that based on the investigation that has been done by Auditor General of South Africa or City Integrity, Auditor General, or Internal Control, yithi as MPEC, we felt ukuthi asinayo i-choice engenza ukuthi sithi kuzoba khona i-recovery in this money that you are requesting ukuthi ibe written off. Ngikusho lokho ngoba akuthina esiyisukele nje as i-committee ama investigation enzekile nama report from different investigators, particularly City Integrity investigations, asinikeza into ethi even if we like, it's very difficult. If it's not even going to happen. Ukuthi sibe nento ethi siba ne recovery in this money, and sengishilo ukuthi most of items are la kuma annexures ngoba what is written here, it's supported by the annexures that are here. Okuyiwona as detailayo ukuthi why we've reached this conclusion as a committee. Kodwa asizange sisho ukuthi nje niliwili this thing should happen. We have said la city manager, including the financial misconduct disciplinary board, ekufanele isinikeze ama outcome khona, as we have clearly alluded in the last council that city manager 3 to 6 months should come back to the council and give a progress report, particularly in those items where we felt or they've investigated that they've seen that there is something that we can lean on it. So, meaning, see, reach this conclusion as a committee based on these thorough investigations. So, in that words, I'm requesting not me, a committee, that we should write off this amount of money. Somlo.
Thank you very much. I've got a speaker, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think those of us who serve in council and have been here since the beginning of this term will notice a very clear but disturbing trend which has emanated from the Impact Committee. And that is the new fashion that we should be writing off debt, like it's no man's business. Now, we do understand that there are some instances where customers, apologies for that, Chairperson. We do understand that in some instances there are issues of historical debt and so forth, but that is no excuse for us to be writing off debt in the millions like we are doing now. The IFP, like I said previously, has taken a deliberate stance to stand against any form of irregular, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure, and we'll continue to maintain that going forward. Therefore, the IFP will abstain on this matter. I thank you.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, no, now.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation on the second impact report agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Lamini, the last report.
Speaker.
Yes?
Speaker,
Yebo.
can you please note the fact that the IFP is abstaining?
Okay, thank you. That is
Thank
noted. Dlamini?
Speaker,
Yes?
we will be voting against, Speaker.
Speaker, my name is there as a speaker.
No.
No.
Is the action space speaking on the last item, Councillor Mngango?
The second item
Which one?
Speaker, are these reports not for noting, or is it going to vote? Is it just not for noting? What's going on?
I will explain that. Councillor Pega, you are not in this list. It was only Councillor Anipen who submitted the list.
No, Speaker, please check with your secretariat. I've got proof.
You get proof? Okay, let me give you a chance to speak. Speak.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we are concerned that MPEC as much UIFW as quick as possible. eThekwini has the second highest irregular expenditure in the country. And to protect the reputational damage that this high UIFW expenditure is causing on the municipality, it appears that the MPEC committee is expediting as much write-off as quick as possible. As Action SA, we believe MPEC has a vital oversight role to play, and the committee should rather focus on recovering UIFW rather than concerning itself with the reputation of the municipality. There are currently no consequences to those involved in UIFW, and as such, Action SA votes against. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. There is a question that has been asked about this report that will allow Head Legal to clarify something that I requested him to clarify, whether the report is here for approval, for noting, and why the report is here. As Udlamini has quite said, the report is here for approval, but the Head Legal will explain why we find ourselves in confusion. Mr. Jobane?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. As the councillors will note that these amounts start from 2011, since they are categorized in terms of batches of years. What has been happening over the years is that even every year, the irregular or unauthorized or whatever expenditure is brought to council, and it's always gets a resolution that it's being certified as irrecoverable. And the councillors who have been in this council for long will recall that each and every year we deal with UIFW expenditure and take the appropriate resolutions. What has been happening though is that as far as the AG systems are concerned, and I think National Treasury systems are concerned, these amounts have been accruing over the years. That's why they are now at 326 million. And there is a need now to take a specific resolution to write them off. But the resolutions certifying that they are irrecoverable, they have been taken consistently over the years. And for each resolution in each year, there have been reasons. So all the MPEC committees, starting from the previous years, have been dealing with this, and all the councils have been dealing. Even this council for the last financial year did deal with the UIF expenditure and took the appropriate resolution. So what is being requested by MPEC now in order to clean our books is to take a resolution that they are then written off, so that National Treasury will also update their records as far as the eThekwini is concerned. Now, as Councillor Dlamini was saying, if there is any money to be recovered, as once the debt is older than 3 years, that debt is no longer recoverable. It is extinguished by operation of law. It has prescribed. So this is an exercise to ensure, it's an accounting practice. For each year, if there is a need to recover or to certify as recoverable or not, EMPEC does bring that report, and if you check your resolutions, you'll see even as early as last year, that last financial year, that such resolutions have been taken consistently. This is an accounting exercise to ensure that these amounts that now have accrued to 326 million are removed from our books, and then we proceed on a clean slate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jomane, for the clarification. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's proceed. Last, no. Dlamini, your last report before we move.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is the last report of the MPEC. Speaker, it's an unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in respect to RMS, revenue management system. Mhlambe, Speaker, kuzobaleka ukuthi umuntu before aveze ukuthi what we are recommending as an MPEC. Speaker, akusho lokhu. In 2003, Speaker, municipality took a strategic decision to develop RMS in-house. The reason they were trying to run away from buying off-the-shelf product. Babe kwakunalento yokuthi mhlambe are going to be costly. If we actually do in-house this kind of a system, it's going to be useful for ECT. This happened in the year of 2003 with the council approval, and the council approval iyenza ukuthi ngo-2003 kupurchaswe i-Virtual Works platform, which was Microsoft eyayizokwenza ukuthi enable i-RMS ukuthi ikwazi uku-exista, ukusebenza, ukwakheka. 2004 lento mayideveloper yayizo-replace i-system eyayikhona kwakuthiwa i-con system billing. Ngama-reasons-ke abawa-state ayekhona. I'm not going to dwell much on those reasons because I'm specific here on the RMS. Konke lokhu kwakwenziwa with the approval of the council. The intention was to embark with complete project. eyayizokwazi ukuthi ngo-2008, 2007, ikwazi ukufida noma ikwazi ukwenza i-billing. Njengoba namhlanje sithola ama-receipt lawo esiwatholayo emkhandlwini through this kind of a system. Mangikhuluma ngama-receipt, ngikhuluma ngo-electricity lo uconsumayo masikutshene emkhandlwini ukuthi uspende so much. Le receipt esikunikeza kulona iproducwa ile system currently. But le iqhubekile, Speaker, lento inama-question ingahambi kahle. Okuthe ngo-2013, 2014 i-council yayi-revisitha lento ukuthi engathi ikhombisa ukuba nama-glitches. I-council ya-approve ithethi akufunwe i-consultant ezobheka ukuthi going forward, because the system njengoba ngishilo ekuqaleni ukuthi was for the good for the city, ingakwazi yini ukuthi ifakeke online. But unfortunately, even sekwenzeke lokho kwatholakala ukuthi nama-problems, but savuma thina njenge-council ukuthi i-system ayiqhubeke. Eqhubekileke yaze yakwazi ukucapturisha uwater, electricity, even ama-rates as of today, but sibhilwa through this system. But-ke ngenxa yokuthi siyasho ukuthi kade kunalama problems nama-challenges abekhona, kugcine kuresolthwa ekuthenini akube nama-investigation. Ama-investigation enzeka-ke yele malpractice noma yama-irregular expenditure. City Integrity did investigation. internal audit, corruption hotline, auditor general, MPEC, remember the system senza ama-investigation nje ukuthi akuhambi kahle nayo iyona nje comply kwi-M-score as government is actually given that indication ukuthi everything should be M-score compliance. Misconduct disciplinary board, including legally of the city, because kuthema sekufika kuvezwa wonke lama report from these structures that I've mentioned, like city integrity. Sase siyacela including nale eyasuggestwa previous city manager yokuthi aka ucela ukuzanelisa ngokuthi afune ikhampani yama IT specialist eyenza this conclusive report ehamba simultaneously with city integrity. Ayizange yield anything all together these reports, because sikwenza nje. Bear in mind ukuthi kwayona le system ngesikhathi qalwa yaqalwa irregulation le MFMA yayingakabi khona, because you remember ukuthi iqale ngo2005 le 2003 sizama ukungena kwisystem yokuthi silandele manje MFMA vele sekunezinto engahambi kahle, kodwa into etholakele ukuthi kugcineni kulama investigation engwabalile ayikho into ethi kumele kube ne-recovery. This is why ke sifike la ekuthenini si-requesta ukuthi lo 727,251,789 rands ube right usu-write off. Akhona ukuthi nakhona sikwenze ngoba kuukuthi nje sifisa uclean amabhuku. It because of legal is actually explained ukuthi kwayona lento esikhuluma ngayo it's long prescribed, but ke besifuna ukuthi sizanelise ngoba wonke umuntu ube nento ethi there should be i-recovery. Legal final report yasinikeza ukuthi ayikho into esingayi-recover la. This is why we are appealing as a committee ukuthi si-write off this amount with ukhansela or tucela uku-abstainer ukhansela Naidu we-IFP. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dlamini, Councillor J. Naidu, and Councillor Tipo. You are the first two speakers. Then it will be Councillor Mwango. After that, then Dlamini will be the last. Councillor J.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the revenue management system reeks of a stench of something that is rotten. From 2008 to 2023, RMS has been a huge black hole that swallowed hundreds of millions of rands for its procurement and related expenditures. Has it provided value for money? According to the Auditor General, the answer is no, with its inadequacies and irregular expenditure. In its investigation, CIIU found the following: 344 million paid to Data World, an unregistered company, 8 million for irregular expenditure for professional fees, 131,000 for acquisition of golf t-shirts to launch RMS going live when it was foreseeable that it was going nowhere. 700 million for a system that is run manually and generates incorrect and ridiculous billings that embarrass the city and traumatize residents. When the report first appeared before MPAC, the IFP voted against it, after which the committee seconded the report to legal. On its second appearance, the IFP felt that the report merely whitewashed the issue. Legal perspective aside, the IFP cannot embark on a cleansing ceremony. Regarding value for money, investigators could not arrive at a determination as there was nothing to benchmark figures with. Professional services could not be specified or verified. Officials failed to keep proper accounting records. In conclusion, RMS has until 2017 to become automated but failed to do so. RMS cannot be M-scorealized. An advert for a new online financial system has gone out. In retrospect, RMS as being one expensive blunder, the IFP will abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Naidu. Councillor Tipo. Councillor Tipo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here today expected to write off more than 727 million rands, close to R1 billion in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in respect of the municipality's revenue management system. RMS has been the highlight of many council meetings for more than 10 years. This controversial topic has been on the lips of many citizens in eThekwini. If colleagues of the previous councils would remember, the Democratic Alliance raised numerous red flags to this council about the funding of this system. Residents don't get relief, nor do their debts get written off. Instead, they are cut off because of a system the DA told you was not going to work. Years ago, the staff union representatives complained about how useless RMS was, yet we continued to pump further funds into it. Even the Auditor General raised red flags in respect of RMS, but yet again, we continued to pump further funds into it. Billions have been spent on RMS, which has left residents unexplainably indebted to the municipality. Residents across the city, including our most vulnerable residents, the poor and the elderly, are bearing the brunt of this failing system. With unexplained exorbitant bills, RMS is causing the residents of eThekwini to suffer stress and illnesses as a result of the stress. Councillors are daily trying to assist residents with inquiries about huge bills. They are expected to just pay or be disconnected. Households are bearing the brunt of a system which is not even MSCOA compliant. From its inception, RMS was started without authorization and followed an irregular process. Funds were paid towards RMS without approvals from the Executive Committee nor from this council. However, this council continued to pour further millions into RMS. It was always the Democratic Alliance that raised objections towards these approvals. The Democratic Alliance can confidently say that we were not party to these budgetary approvals, as we continually voted and spoke out against these approvals in council. Billions of ratepayers' funds paid towards a system that has now come back to bite them. The ANC leadership in eThekwini cannot say we did not warn you. We now hope that you will listen to our warnings going forward. Instead of helping our residents, RMS has financially crippled residents and businesses of eThekwini. Once again, ANC greed has cost residents their hard-earned money. The ANC's ego, lack of foresight, inability to think logically, all superseded by greed. The new buzzword in the municipality is consequent management. But then we allow issues to reach its prescription period so that you don't have to apply the political will to deal with it. This is the ANC's so-called caring government. They care more about milking the purse of our already stretched ratepayers. 727,251,789 rands, which could be used to improve service delivery in this municipality. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that the Democratic Alliance cannot, in good conscience, the Democratic Alliance cannot, in good conscience, and at the rate of our ratepayers, support this write-off. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Mwango with a minute donated by ACC. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this should be a lesson to the ANC that it's important to listen to opposition, not always think they opposing for the sake of opposing. Actually, this recommendation is an insult to ratepayers of eThekwini. Looking back where opposition have raised issues, this project was supposed to cost about 90 million rand. Today, we are talking about close to 1 billion rand. Now you ask yourself, how do we get to this point? We were promised different modules, opposition raised, ANC recommended that there should be a consultant to help us decide where to continue or disconnect this service. The same consultant, because he was a comrade, was given a leeway to come back to council and recommend that we must continue with RMS. And then the same person was given a tender to monitor the ongoing implementation. That person managed to make a lot of millions of rands, was getting paid about 650,000 rand per month. And now today we are expected to write off. Now, we have a lot of incorrect billing, which now means debt relief for ratepayers of eThekwini, not write-off, but we must write off so much money just because ANC was arrogant, ignorant. But again, the question, Speaker, when councillors will account, because Dlamini kept saying this decision was taken by council, but the big question is, at what stage councillors will able to account on their decisions? Can we go back to those years and say, who were responsible for these decisions? Can we recover this money from them? Because I don't think it's fair for ratepayers of eThekwini to take over all this burden just because of poor decisions by the ANC and arrogance of this ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dlamini.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think one is alluded as a member of this council, because people are keep on saying ANC, ANC. Here, I'm talking to a committee which is conclusive. There are party representatives in it. When this last report came into our attention, we agreed that based on all this report that has been done by EC in terms of investigation, let them take the entire report, particularly Ulegal, because Ulegal is the one who can be able to check whether is there any recovery that can be done. So this is why, because even ourselves, we were pushing to satisfy ourselves that we are not just agreed to write off this as people are saying we want to clean up the city books. In as much as yes, we anticipate that as well. But this was a report that was conclusive, was actually given to Ulegal. Ulegal came with this report that suggests that there is no recoveries. Bear in mind, good people, that as we are talking today, in as much as we are saying this system, it's not actually doing what it's supposed to be done in the city, but we are still receiving bills based on the city of the system. I'm not trying to say I'm trying to protect it, but according to the agreement to the committee, this is why we concluded that this report should be actually brought here in the council. So I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dlamini. Councillors, are the recommendations on the third impact report agreed?
No.
Agreed. No, Speaker.
No.
Not supported. Let me have the screen, please. Let's have the screen. Let's make sure that the microphones of all the whips are open. No. We are now voting on the third MPEG report. ANC?
Support.
DA?
Against.
IFP?
Abstain.
Action SA?
Against.
APC?
Support.
ACC?
Abstain.
ACTP? ACTP? AIC?
Support, Speaker.
DLC?
Support, Speaker.
APF?
Support.
HM?
Support, Speaker.
Al-Chama? Al-Chama?
Al-Jama abstain, Speaker.
KZNI? KZNI? MF?
Abstain.
Mosa?
Against.
NFP?
NFP 4.
PFP?
Abstain.
PRM?
Abstain, Speaker.
TA?
TA is against.
UIM?
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus?
Also against.
Thank you. Let's go back to.
ACDP again.
Links, I'm in a council meeting. When I finish, I'll call you late afternoon.
Oh, mabengane bala.
Why are you catching Mabengane?
Oparok.
Oparok.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, KZNI, singazizwe indaba zenu. Vana ma microphone. KZNI. Tholakala. Can you check? Is everyone voted? Only KZNI. Let me give you the last chance before we close voting. KZNI. Voting is closed. Thank you. Let's add the numbers. Thank you. Those who are in support of the recommendations, 94. Those who are against, 61. Those who abstain, 20. Therefore, the recommendation on the third MPEC report have been supported by the majority. It will went through. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor Dlamini. That was the last report on MPEC. We are now going to move on the notice of motions. I've got a motion proposed by Councillor V.G. Reddy. I'm told that she is not part of the meeting, but he requested. I think, I can't remember Councillor Said or Councillor Motley between two of you. I remember Councillor Reddy wrote to me an email indicating that someone between two of you will come to present the motion. It's just that I lost that email here. I don't have the email to confirm the name. But can you assist us to remember that he made such a request?
Mr. Speaker, I just came out of hospital, and he didn't phone me or ask me to move his motion.
Okay. I remember it was you. That's fine. The motion.
Speaker?
Yes.
He requested that I move his motion for him.
This is Councillor Hlengwa.
I had my hand up. Yes, leadership.
Oh, it is you. Okay, you can proceed because I remember that it is sent an email. Just that I misplaced that email, but he made such a request. You can proceed, Councillor Hlengwa, to present the motion on behalf of Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker. I therefore, on behalf of Councillor Reddy, present the motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor, I'm sure you have all the copies of the motion, but there are speakers on the motion. Councillor Anipen and Councillor Mngadi. Let's start first before taking hands. Let's start by checking the House whether is the motion supported before I take hands. Is the motion supported?
Agreed.
No, Chair.
Okay, let me have the screen, please.
No, Chair.
Okay, before we vote, Councillor Hlengwa, are you ready to motivate the motion? Before I allow other hands to debate, before voting, if we...
Yes, Speaker.
Can you please address Council?
Thank you, Speaker. Umuntu ubefisa ukuthi on behalf of Councillor Vincent Reddy afake isinqumo nomnqenqa nje amanye ama-councillors ukuthi ayisupporte le motion ezokwazi ukuthi ithathe abantu bakithi beke ukudla etafuleni ikubona. Kuzokhumbuleka ukuthi abantu bakithi bangaphansi kuma PEP workers abantu abakwazi ukuthi balekelele umasipala. Not only that, sizobeka nje ukudla etafuleni kodwa bawusizo kakhulu emsebenzini okwenzekalayo, ikakhulukazi ey'ndaweni zethu thina abantu abamnyama la sihlala khona siye sibabone ey'ndaweni ey'dizezed ezingamahlane bekwazi ukuthi bangenelele beyoklina khona. Siyacela-ke ukuthi umkhandlu ukwazi ukuthi laba bantu ubaqashe nje ngokusemthethweni nangokuphelele ukuze sikwazi ukuthi-ke siwumkhandlu siye phambili. Asibonge, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP is all for job creation and empowering our people and ensuring that there's income and all that sort of thing. But there are some facts that one must take into consideration when these type of recommendations are given to us. And it's a pity that Councillor Reddy is not here, because his absence probably says that he himself doesn't believe that this is workable. The PEP program is a presidential program for which the municipality gets a grant. But more than that, recently there have been reports that PEP workers have been told not to report to duty because they do not have the funding for it. Now, if the municipality does not have the funding to supplement the grants that are coming from the national and perhaps even provincial governments in this case, it is inconceivable to understand how one can expect that the municipality can create this false expectation for these individuals and absorb them into the full-time employment of the municipality. It is election time, Mr. Speaker, and one can only conclude that this motion is a direct attempt of grandstanding under the guise of showing that we care for the poor masses of the city. The IFP believes that this is just misleading the public and taking our communities and residents up a garden path. It is not achievable, and we will not be supporting it because it is just a pie in the sky wish that is never going to be achieved. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Mngadi, DA. Councillor Mngadi. Angichekhela ukuthi Councillor Mngadi, we are trying to assist you this side. Please raise your hand so that we can unmute you. Councillor Mngadi?
Imini umngadi speak.
Hayi, sohlupha umhlanzi uphela. Kakuyiphethe kahle kabi Nyambozi. Councillor Mngadi? Money? No. I can see Councillor Kwala and Thembo Ntuli, your hands are up, but I'm expecting Mngadi to speak on the item. Mngadi? Let me hear Councillor Kwala. Kwala?
Thanks, Speaker.
Your hand was up.
Just a point of clarity. Since the circular was circulating that the PEP has been ended or suspended, according to legal, we still have to discuss the issue of PEP while it's no more. Just a clarity.
The answer is simple. Council don't have such a report in front of us. We can't debate items that are not in the part of our agenda. Therefore, I won't allow legal even to comment on a report that is not in front of us. Councillor Ntuli?
Ngibonge Somlomo. Hamba ngiqala ngokuthi Somlomo umkhandle sikuwona umkhandlu engicabanga ukuthi as all councillors fanele sithathe responsibility.
Councillor Ntuli, I thought you're asking Councillor Ntuli, I'm not allowing you to debate on this item because you are not in my list. I thought maybe you wanted to bring something to my attention, but not to debate.
Yeah, also speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Mpemba. Councillors, the recommendation is the motion supported?
Supported?
No, Speaker. It's agreed. Supported.
Let me have the screen, please.
No, not supported.
Supported. Yeah, support.
No, don't support.
Councillors, whip of parties, please open your microphone. We are now voting on the motion, whether you support or you against or you abstain. ANC?
No.
ANC against. DA? DA?
Against, Speaker.
IFP? IFP?
Against.
Action SA?
Against.
APC?
Against.
ACC?
Against.
ACTP?
Against.
AIC?
Against.
DLC?
Against.
APF?
Support.
ATM?
No.
Al-Jama? Al-Jama?
Against.
Against? KZNI? MF? MF?
Abstain.
NFP?
Against.
PFP?
Support.
PRM.
We abstain in this one.
TA.
TA in support.
UIM.
UIM against.
Freedom Front Plus.
We also abstain on this one.
Thank you.
Mosa in support.
Mosa in support. Thank you. Let's add the numbers. Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the motion, 4. Those who are against, 168. Those who abstain, 3. Therefore, the motion has been rejected by the majority vote. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll now move to items for noting in our agenda. Are all the items for noting noted, councillors?
Noted.
Noted.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are now going to allow members of the media and our officials to let me check here first. Let me check here. Because we are now dealing with the in-committee item. But let me get guidance from my team. How we're going to manage it, because there are people who have to assist us. Belinda, how to deal with this is an in-committee item, councillors. Okay, that's fine. I've been guided by my office. We are going to take let me give you, councillors, just 10-minute comfort break while we're allowing our colleagues to excuse ourselves before we deal with the in-committee item. Just 10 minutes to refresh, then after that we'll come back and deal with the in-committee items. Thank you very much.